Good morning, members of the committee and members of the public and press. As the chair and vice chair of the committee aren't present, I'd like to start the meeting by asking for nominations for the role of chair of the meeting. Councillor Bradnam.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Slatter. Are there any more nominations? No. Thank you. Could I ask for those in favour of Councillor Batchelor, please? Thank you. Any against? Abstentions? Thank you. Councillor Batchelor is duly elected chair of the meeting.
Hi, morning everybody. As my colleague Nick just said, I'm Councillor Henry Batchelor and I'll be chairing this meeting as the temporary chair. Obviously, I'm not the regular chair or the vice chair for reasons which will become apparent as we move through the meeting. So I appreciate people are here for the main substantive item we're looking at today, but we do have to run through a quick bit of housekeeping. We'll try and do that as quickly as we can and then we'll get to the main body of business. So if you could bear with us, that would be appreciated. So I'd like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and press who have joined us today, either in person or watching via the live stream to this special meeting of the Highways and Transport Committee at New Shire Hall in Alconbury. We have a fairly restricted amount of space inside the committee room, and we have prioritised that space for people who have registered to speak at the meeting. A further room is available downstairs where the meeting is also being live streamed. The council does allow filming and photography at its public meetings, so please do feel free to take pictures and post to social media during the meeting. Can I ask, though, that everyone present turns their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place? We don't have any fire alarms scheduled for today, so if the alarm does sound, please leave by the nearest marked fire exit and assemble in the car park. Phones appears. Okay, so we'll move on to number one, which is apologies for absence and declarations of interest. So I'm going to hand over to Nick for apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to clarify that in order to ensure that the members sitting on the committee today haven't taken part in previous decisions relating to the matter on the agenda, a few changes have been made to its membership, which are as follows. Councillor Bradnam has replaced Councillor Goff as a substitute. Councillor Count has replaced Councillor French as a member of the committee, and Councillor Kindersley has replaced Councillor Whelan as a substitute. And alongside those changes to the membership, and for the same reasons, there are a large number of apologies for absence, which are as follows. Councillor Batchelor is substituting for Councillor Beckett. Councillor Bradnam is substituting for Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Connor is substituting for Councillor Sharp. Councillor Criswell is substituting for Councillor King. Councillor Ferguson is substituting for Councillor Sanderson. Councillor Goldsack is substituting for Councillor Gardner. Councillor Hathorn is substituting for Councillor Coots. Councillor Kindersley is substituting for Councillor Nethsinger. Councillor Prentice is substituting for Councillor Shaler. Councillor Ray is substituting for Councillor Bird. Councillor Slatter is substituting for Councillor Dupre. And Councillor Wilson is substituting for Councillor Daunton. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nick. Okay, so declarations of interest. Do any members of the committee have any declarations of interest for us today? Councillor Count.
Apologies, we're still on apologies for me, Chair. I want to add apologies which are late notice. Unfortunately today, Councillor Goldsack, who had intended to be with us due to family emergency, cannot come in today, and it was too late for us to arrange anything else, but yeah.
Understood. Do pass on my best as well. So members, on to declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare? I sincerely hope not, given the long list of substitutes. No, good. Okay, we'll move on. So item number 2. So we're going to move on to the main item on the agenda now, which is obviously the TRO, the traffic regulation order on the Mill Road Bridge in Cambridge. In terms of how this item's going to run, I'm going to hand over to Highways colleagues to introduce the report. If the introduction doesn't go into as much detail as members of the public would expect, I think it's fair to say all members of the committee have read the papers in great detail. I think it's fair to say a lot of us have also received letters from members of the public giving us their views, and those will have been taken into account as well. So if Officer's introduction is slightly shorter, it's because we have digested the information prior to the meeting. Following the introduction, we're then going to hand over to members of the public who've registered to speak to us. I will say we have had quite a large number. We've got 21 public speakers with us today. And when we get to that section, I'll explain how that process will work. But following that, we will then have questions of clarity for members of the committee, for officers, on anything that is unclear or needs clarification in the report. We'll then move to the debate where committee members will debate the pros and cons of the proposal and then hopefully come to a decision at the end of that. So that's how the item's going to run. In terms of timing, it's difficult to say given the given the size of the agenda and obviously the significant amount of interest, but we're going to do our best to get through this as efficiently as we can do. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to, is it David? Yeah, I'm going to hand over to David Allett from the Highways Department at the County Council to introduce the report for us today. So over to you, David.
Hi all, I'm David Allett, Service Director for Infrastructure and Project Delivery. Morning all, morning members. The report in front of you today seeks a decision on whether the proposed traffic regulation order, or TRO, for the Mill Road Bridge in Cambridge should be made. The order would restrict motor vehicle traffic over the bridge to buses, taxis, private hire vehicles, registered vehicles or blue badge holders, and other authorised vehicles. Access for cyclists and pedestrians will be maintained. A permitted vehicles list will be maintained for Mill Road Bridge, reflecting the exemptions described. The proposal comes after consultation and careful consideration of the challenges and opportunities on Mill Road. The area suffers from high traffic volumes, resulting in congestion, pollution, and safety risks for pedestrians and cyclists. The statement of reasons for the traffic regulation order is included in Appendix 2 of the report. The proposed modal filter aims to address these issues by reducing through traffic, creating a safer, more pleasant environment, and promoting sustainable travel. Evidence from previous trials and from wider experience in Cambridgeshire and elsewhere shows that reducing traffic can lead to improvements in air quality, road safety, and even increased footfall for local businesses. Turning to the detail of the report before you, Appendix 1 details previous consideration of a modal filter on Mill Road. The 2023 legal challenge is referred to therein, and in 3.1 to 3.4 of the report, it is important for members to note that the matter is to be considered afresh, and no weight should be given to the previous decision to make the 2023 TRO. A proposed traffic regulation order for the Mill Road Bridge was advertised on the 9th of August 2024 and was subject to a statutory TRO notice period of 5 weeks, increased from the normal 3-week period for TRO consultation. Over 4,000 responses were received during that period, with 52.9% support in the TRO and 46.5% opposing it. Paragraphs 3.5 to 315 of the report and Appendix 3 summarise the representations received during the notice period. Section 7 includes links to the source documents. Copies of written representations received during the consultation are made available upon request from the Policy and Regulation team. Pages 19 to 44 of the agenda pack summarise the comments made in the proposals in both objection and support. Pages 45 and 46 of the report include charts and tables detailing the volume of comments made and representations made in response to the consultation. 3,658 of the responses received were from postcodes in Cambridgeshire. Maps on pages 47 and 48 of the agenda pack show the responses by ward in Cambridgeshire and in Cambridge. From these maps, it can be seen that the highest levels of responses received were from the Romsey and Petersfield wards in Cambridgeshire on either side of Mill Road Bridge. Responses from these two wards accounted for 53% of the responses from Cambridgeshire postcodes. 65.7% of the responses from these two wards were in favour of the proposals. A further 31% of responses from Cambridgeshire postcodes were from other wards in Cambridge, with the remaining 16% from wards outside Cambridge. Paragraphs 316 to 325 discuss the proposed modal filter. We review it against the policies of the Council and of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authorities Local Transport and Connectivity Plan and the representations made. As previously highlighted, Appendix 3 sets out the representations received during the notice period. These are thematically categorised, and I can make clear that these are all valid representations that have been considered alongside each other. Paragraphs 3.27 and 328 set out the next steps that would be undertaken should committee approve and the recommendations set out in the report. The equality impact assessment is attached at Appendix 4. To conclude, the committee is recommended to determine the formal objections for the reasons set out in the statement of reasons and in this report, approve the proposed modal filter on Mill Road Bridge as advertised, and authorise officers to inform the objectors accordingly, as well as those that made representations.
Okay, thank you for that introduction, David. Okay, so as mentioned, we're going to move straight into the public speaking. Councillor Hunt, do you have a question there?
Yes, I'd just like to ask a question to the officer, please.
Is this a question of clarification?
No, it is not clarification. It is
Okay.
a question about the presentation.
Very
If I
quickly
could.
then.
It's just
If it's brief, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like, David, I would like to know the cost of the previous, what can you call the prototype time when the mill road was closed earlier, and the two costs, the engineering costs and the legal costs. I'd like to know what the cost is.
Okay, so I think we can probably answer that in the questions of clarity after the public speakers. So that's been noted, and I think officers know the question you'd like to ask.
As long as I get to know it, it's fine, Chair.
Yeah, that's been noted. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move. So as we'll say, after the public speaking, we'll have opportunities for questions of clarification. So we're going to move to our public speaking section now. As mentioned in the beginning, we do have 21 public speakers, all of which will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the committee. Because we have 21, I'm going to take them in blocks of 7. So we'll have 7 speakers, and should any questions arise from those comments, officers will be making a note of those, and then officers will respond at the end of that block of 7. I will say, if any committee members have any questions of clarity for the speakers, if they could raise those whilst they're still at the table rather than at the end, I think that'll be helpful from my side of things, rather than calling them back and forth. So in terms of speaking, as mentioned, every public speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes. If you're in the room, we have some people joining virtually, but in the room, you'll see we have a traffic light system. So the light will go green at the beginning of the 3 minutes, and then you'll get an amber light when there's 30 seconds remaining. And then when the 3 minutes has expired, you'll see the red light. And given the fact we do have a large number of speakers, I'm going to be quite strict on the time. So if people could get to the end of their comments in 3 minutes, that'd be helpful. But if I cut you off, nothing personal, I'm just trying to move us on. Okay, so in terms of the first block of 7 we're going to take, we have, I think, Mr. Daniel Fulton, who's joining us remotely. Mr. Fulton, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair.
Hello. Yeah, we can see and hear you fine. So I think you just heard the rules around timing. Obviously, you're online, so you can't see the traffic light system, but I'll give you a heads up when you're nearing the end.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was supposed to speak today in support of the Council's approach to disability exemptions. However, discrepancies between the text of the order and the officer's report have left me with a number of concerns. Under the Equality Act, the Council has a continuing and anticipatory duty owed to disabled people generally to make reasonable adjustments to avoid disabled people being placed at a substantial disadvantage in comparison with people who are not disabled. The language in the draft order itself appears to conform with the Council's obligations, specifying that additions to the designated vehicle list are to be made on a discretionary basis by the Council. However, the officer's report and the equality impact assessment refer only to exemptions registered by blue badge holders, and in doing so seem to refer to the last traffic regulation order, which has now been quashed. There's no mention of blue badges in the current order, and so it is unclear how or why reasonable adjustments for disability should be restricted to 2 exempt vehicles identified by a blue badge holder. A person can suffer a substantial disadvantage due to disability without qualifying for a blue badge. Furthermore, the officer's report misdirects the committee as to the provisions of the draft order, stating at paragraph 3.25 that, quote, exemptions are set out in the proposed TRO, including registered vehicles of blue badge holders. It would be extremely helpful if the Council could amend its public-facing statements to reflect that additions to the designated vehicle list for reasons related to disability are to be made on a discretionary basis in accordance with the Council's reasonable adjustment duty and in accordance with the actual words of the order itself. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fulton. So committee members, are there any questions of clarity for our public speaker? Councillor Cowns? Okay, fine. No, Mr. Fulton, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We'll move on to our second speaker, I believe is in the room, Mr. Martin Lucas Smith. Mr. Lucas Smith, good morning. So you'll have a microphone in front of you. At the bottom in the centre, there's a speaking person symbol. Yep, there you go. That switches the mic on and off. As with the previous speaker, you'll have 3 minutes and you'll see the traffic light system to give you a hand on timing to help you along. So please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. I live near Mill Road. I have done for 25 years, and I shop there pretty much every day or other day. But before you are two visions. On the one hand, a narrow C road with very high injury rates, buses stuck in traffic, delays to drivers getting in and out, and generally a chaotic situation. Or a pleasant and safe high street, prioritising access for those using the area and shopping. 2 consultations and 4 elections show the majority support for this change. So what are the issues? Shopping. 28 years ago, a bus gate was created on Bridge Street by Conservatives, and similar claims were raised about shops closing, but it's now thriving. People prefer to shop when where there's less traffic. And where this was trialled on Mill Road, 14 new businesses actually opened during that period. Road danger. In the last year, there have been 7 serious collisions. That's the level below fatal, meaning loss of a limb, severe head injury, and so on. There were 6 serious collisions the year before, 6 the year before that, and so on. You would never tolerate such a level on rural roads. Bus delays. Here are 2 pictures of the same bus, 500 metres apart. In that 500 metres, it took 14 minutes just to travel this short distance. That's entirely typical, and it's very unjust for bus passengers. Policy. The TRO, although it's shown public support, what matters most is policy. The local plan says Mill Road should have placemaking over vehicle movement. The Mayor's transport strategy backs change. National government wants buses moving and more cycling and walking. And your own coalition agreement says about shifting to sustainable transport. Lastly, the issue of traffic displacement. A key claim of those against this is that it would push traffic elsewhere. But your council's own data showed this didn't happen in 2021. After removal of the trial bus gate, Mill Road quickly rose by 5,000 cars and stayed at that high level. But there was no matching drop on surrounding roads, which is clear evidence of traffic displacement. Yes, some people did have to drive round, but that was balanced by people who changed how they travelled and moved to buses that ran on time, and walking and cycling became safer. Conservative members, your colleagues previously voted against this based on lack of data, which we now have, and concerns about traffic displacement, which again, the data clearly shows. So I would say it's not a good reason now to be able to oppose this, because that data does exist and shows that concern is dealt with. If you can't support it, I would ask you as a community member, please to abstain and adhere to the long-standing convention of not blocking schemes that have local support. So dear committee, please support this and give officers a timescale on the needed streetscape changes. And through the chair, may I ask whether there are any members who have any questions about the traffic graph that I've shown and which I sent you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Almost to the second. I applaud your punctuality. So committee members, do you have any questions or clarity for our public speaker on any of the comments they made? No, don't see any. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. And we'll move on to our next public speaker, who is Councillor Katie Thornborough. Front and centre, Katie. So Katie, I'm sure you're familiar with the system. Might be worth introducing yourself as well at the beginning, so people know your position within the community. But yeah, same rules as the previous 2 speakers, 3 minutes, and the traffic light system will help you along. So
I'm Councillor Katie Thornborough. I'm the ward councillor for Petersfield, and in that basis I'm speaking today. Members of the committee, today you have the opportunity to make a significant difference to my life and that of my fellow residents of Petersfield Ward by doing something about traffic levels on Mill Road. We all know that it is not safe, it is not healthy, and it is not pleasant. There are too many motor vehicles on Mill Road, and as a result, people are deterred from walking or cycling. Buses can't get through and the air quality is poor. We all want to do something about that, but we also know that we have to do it in a way that won't adversely affect local businesses, that lets people move around the city and works for those who can't cycle or for whom buses don't work. I am worried that the 24/7 restrictions will not achieve the desired outcomes. Just putting the old proposal in place against our changed circumstances, our changed understanding of what will work on for Mill Road, and we need to adapt to a changed government. As a ward councillor, I have seen this proposal has divided the community I represent, and have talked to many people on all sides, and I'm here to ask you to consider a different path, one that is more flexible and based on solid evidence. Because if we want to make Mill Road safer and healthier, if we want to support local businesses and also help parents of young families feel that they can cycle to school, we need to think about the outcomes of any proposed measures. That means having a good idea of what success looks like and the ability to demonstrate it. So we need better and current data about traffic movements, pollution levels, and the perception of residents. We need to know that, and after a period of monitoring, the potential exists for this authority to vary any order in line with the evidence. We also need meaningful engagement with the community over what improvements are needed. For example, parking spaces for blue badge holders in front of shops, traffic calming measures, more trees, or support for sustainable last mile deliveries. We have lots of ideas. Will you listen, and will you give us a binding commitment, a budget, and a timetable? Ideally, you would decide to start this process again with a new TRO based on public consultation. But if you decide to move forward with this proposal, then I ask for 4 things. Will you delay the implementation until you publish baseline data? And if it doesn't exist, will you commission it? Will you provide proper review of its impact after 6 months? Will you commit to adapting the TRO on the basis of this review to deliver the best possible outcome for all of us? Will you run an open, transparent process about the promised improvements to the local realm and with a secure budget? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Committee members, do you have any questions of clarity for Councillor Thornborough on anything she said? No? Katie, thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 4, we have Mr. Andy Kennedy. Are you with us? Mr. Kennedy, welcome.
I am, thank you.
So I'm not going to keep repeating the rules. 3 minutes and you've got the traffic light system in front of you. So please, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. I'm here today speaking on behalf of Mill Road for People. We are a community group with over 1,100 supporters that mostly live on and around Mill Road in Cambridge. I'd like to talk about a few things, what Mill Road is like today. We've heard a little bit from earlier speakers, but also what it could be like in the future if you approve the TRO. And lastly, what happens to traffic levels on other roads when the bridge is restricted. I'd like to start, though, by thanking members and officers for your efforts in getting this TRO in front of the Highways Committee today. It's been a long road, longer than it needed to be probably, and longer than just the last few years. A January 1973 article in the Cambridge Evening News lists highways priorities of the local authority at that time, which include traffic reduction on Mill Road. Local people have been asking for this for more than 50 years. But I'd like to talk about Mill Road today now. It is a C road. It's not designed to carry 14,000 motor vehicles a day. It's a mixed residential and shopping street, long stretches of narrow pavement and carriageway, a noisy, dangerous and polluted street with the most road traffic collisions of any road in Cambridge. What could it be like? Well, from experience of traffic reduction in other cities, as well as our own experience of traffic reduction on Mill Road, it can become a destination to go to, not a road to drive through. Footfall will increase. That will benefit local business. Our sense of community, currently undermined by noise, pollution, danger, will be enhanced. Public transport will become more reliable, and we'll all share in the public health benefits that will come from increased active travel. And as for the boundary roads, roads like Coldham's Lane, Coleridge Road, Cherry Hinton Road, we are all familiar, aren't we, with what happens when you build an extra lane on the M25, right? It fills up with traffic. And when the last Mill Road bridge restrictions were removed in August 2021, county traffic sensors registered a lot more traffic on Mill Road, as you'd expect. But as an earlier speaker said, there was no corresponding reduction in traffic on boundary roads. So removing bridge restrictions generated more motor vehicle journeys. And when you look at the numbers, typically traffic volumes on boundary roads stay pretty much the same, whether the bridge is restricted or not. You have more than one democratic mandate to approve this TRO. You have the 2021 County Council election manifesto commitments, results of multiple public consultations, local election results in the wards around Mill Road. Please act today to reduce traffic, promote active travel, enhance public health and support local business by voting for this TRO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. Do any committee members have any questions, Mr. Kennedy? Questions of clarity? Sorry to drag you back, but no, I think the answer is no. So sorry.
The answer is no.
Sorry to send you back. Apologies, sir. Okay. We're on to our fifth speaker now, Mr. Matthew Winter-Holt. Are you with us?
Yeah.
Hello, please. So, yeah, so as with the other speakers, 3 minutes on the clock. The clock will go yellow when you've got 30 seconds remaining. Please, in your own time.
Sure. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that at first I was in favour of keeping the bridge open without restrictions. My initial reaction was that I should be able to drive wherever I want and no one should dictate that. But when the bridge was restricted during previous trials, the change on Mill Road was undeniable. It felt like a completely different place. The atmosphere was calmer, safer, and cleaner. And for the first time, I could sit with friends, enjoy a conversation, not worry about dodging traffic, worry about breathing in exhaust fumes and witnessing continual near misses with cars, bikes on a very thin road that's just unable to cope with such volume. I remember joking with a good friend who was involved with building the parklet that it was all a bit silly, but actually in reality it was fantastic and it brought life that to the road that I'd not really anticipated. Mill Road has always been a vibrant and bustling part of Cambridge, but it's also faced significant challenges with congestion, pollution, and the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. Installing a bus gate is not just about limiting traffic, it's about creating a safer, more sustainable, and more welcoming environment for all of us. As a local resident, I've seen too many accidents at the bottom of the bridge. I've witnessed people lying in the road, injured, and I dread crossing it, whether that's by bike, car, or scooter. These restrictions are essential for reducing the dangerous volume of vehicles and making the bridge a safer space for pedestrians and cyclists alike. The restrictions will inconvenience me personally. I drive over the bridge, but I know it's the right thing to do for the greater good of the community. And it is a small price to pay for a safer, more sustainable future for Mill Road. It's also important to note that the councillors who support the bus gate have been elected with a significant percentage. This shows clear public backing for making Mill Road cleaner, quieter, and more accessible, with reliable public transport and safer spaces for walking and cycling. People who need it will still have necessary access through exemptions like those available for blue badge holders. In the long run, the bus gate isn't a barrier. It should be a gateway to a healthier, greener Mill Road, where everyone can travel more safely, easily, and enjoy the Mill Road experience instead of dreading it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winter-Holt. Committee members, any questions of clarity for our public speaker? No?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.
Okay, on to our next public speaker. We have Ms. Janet Fox, who I believe couldn't be here, so a question's been asked on her behalf by Anne Beamish, who's joining us online. Are you with us, Anne?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hi there. Yeah, we can see and hear you fine. So, yeah, you're giving us Ms. Janet Fox's views because she can't join us. Is that right?
That's correct. It's a joint statement by her and Andrew Smith. They both run independent businesses on Mill Road.
Okay. No, thank you for the clarity. So, yeah, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee. And I appreciate you can't see the traffic light system we have here in the room. So I'll give you a heads up when you're nearing the end.
Okay, it's quite brief, so should be fine.
Great.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
My name is Janet Fox, and I run Small and Green Houseplant Shop at 82 Mill Road, sharing the premises with Garden Kitchen. Most of our business comes from people who walk or cycle down Mill Road, coming from home or from the station on their way into town. Both Andrew Smith, the owner of Garden Kitchen, and I feel very strongly about the need to make Mill Road an attractive destination for residents and visitors, to improve access for pedestrians and cyclists, to reduce traffic noise and pollution, and to make it a place that people really want to visit and spend time in. This will become even more important as the other planned developments in Cambridge take shape. For example, at the Grafton Centre, Devonshire Gardens and Beehive sites. With these developments, Mill Road risks being left behind if it does not become a more pleasant place to visit. We understand that the best and possibly the only way of improving Mill Road in the short term is to start by restricting traffic across Mill Road Bridge. Therefore, we fully support the planned TRO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beamish. Do any committee members have any questions of clarity for our speaker? No. So thank you very much for representing you and your colleagues today. Thank you. Okay, and finally in this block of 7 speakers, we have Ms. Anna Williams. Are you with us? Anna Williams. Oh, I understand you're here on behalf of CamCycle. Is that right? Thank you. So if you just, turn the mic on with the button. As with the other speakers, 3 minutes, which will be indicated by the clock in front of you. And please, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Yes, speaking today on behalf of CamCycle and our nearly 1,750 members, we're a local charity working for more, better and safer cycling for all ages and abilities. Imagine Mill Road as a pleasant city street where people have space to wander, get their groceries, window shop and socialise, which can also form part of the city's sustainable transport network. These words appeared in CamCycle's newsletter in 2008. And in the 16 years since then, we have written many thousands of words on the topic and poured thousands of hours into working with the community on building a vision for the street and even a physical parklet. Again and again, we have listed the benefits which would be unlocked, from safer cycling and walking to cleaner air and better shopping. Again and again and again, local residents have supported a people-first, low-traffic street in consultations, and they have also elected councillors who stood on a platform of change. Now is the time to take action. We could talk and talk about all the reasons this is needed, but your decision does not rest on our words. What matters most is all the people that you serve. Consider the 35 people walking and cycling that have been injured in collisions on the street since the previous bus gate was removed in August 2021. 10 of them seriously injured. And that's excluding any statistics and real people who have been injured in collisions that have happened this year. Think about the tens of thousands of people that are affected by local air and noise pollution from traffic. 48 deaths in Cambridge were attributed to poor air quality in 2020, and particulate pollution is particularly damaging to the old, the young, and those with heart and lung conditions. Act for the thousands of people that walk and cycle on this street every day, despite the traffic and the pollution that's there now. And think about the thousands more that don't currently walk or cycle here, but would choose to do so after a bus gate reduces traffic. Make change for the hundreds of current and future passengers on the number 2 bus who would benefit from more reliable journeys with a bus gate. This council says that its staff and councillors are committed to creating a greener, fairer and more caring Cambridgeshire. Be greener by acting to improve journeys for those travelling by sustainable transport. Be fairer by prioritising the transport needs of those near Mill Road without a car, 47% in Petersfield and 38% in Romsey, over those of drivers just using Mill Road as a through route. Be caring by acting now to reduce the suffering caused by air pollution and road collisions. The policies of this council, along with those of Cambridge City Council, the Greater Cambridge Partnership, the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and national government all support action on transport, on health, on pollution and on climate. Does this committee agree that a modal filter on Mill Road Bridge supports these policies? Will you approve the 2024 TRO and get the bus gate implemented so the community can begin to finally enjoy the benefits? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Committee members, any questions of clarity for our speaker? No. Thank you very much for joining us today. Okay, so that takes us a third of the way through our public speakers. So we've had 7 of the 21. I'm going to ask officers at this point if there's anything that's been raised so far that they'd like to respond to directly.
I will. I'd clarify for Councillor Hunt that in terms of the finances, 6.1 of the report provides the key budget matters relating to the proposals. On Mr. Fulton's comments, the proposed TRO is, as published, is directly linked within the report and explained in paragraph 3.5. So that provides a direct link to the proposed TRO. So the committee is clear on exactly what the wording is and the effect of that. A proposed traffic regulation order for the Mill Road Bridge was advertised on the 9th of August 2024. The proposed TRO would restrict vehicle traffic over the railway bridge with exemptions for local buses, cyclists, pedestrians, taxis being both hackney carriages and private hire vehicles, and authorised vehicles, which includes vehicles in disabled tax class, NHS tax-exempt vehicles and vehicles on the county's permitted vehicle list for Mill Road bus case, which is determined on a case-by-case basis at the council's discretion in circumstances where the council's intention is generally to permit blue badge holders to register up to 2 vehicles, which may be either their own vehicle or a vehicle belonging to a carer. This is also described in page 4 of the EQIA. Turning to Councillor Thornborough's comments, I can confirm that monitoring will be carried out as the scheme's implemented, and data will be made available publicly. The scheme can be reviewed over time, but this will be subject to further statutory processes if any further changes would be proposed in the future, subject to a new TRO. And clearly the proposals are set out in the report through the removal of through traffic, create opportunities for some of the public realm works that the councillor touched upon.
Okay, thank you for that. Any members do have any questions about anything that David's just said to us? I think it'd be an opportunity to do that now. This is just questions of clarity. Councillor Count.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all the speakers as well. It's good to pick up on some extra information in there. There was a question from Daniel Fulton about the coverage of the TRO as opposed to what he originally understood in the original order. Now, it sounded from what he said that the TRO was flawed in the fact that it limited itself to blue badge holders only and not the other people with a disability characteristic that would have been affected. And he suggested a way forward and words that should be included. The response we got clarified that actually the words that he took, 2 cars for a blue badge holder, were included, but the other words were not. This leaves us in a bit of dilemma because I do believe that Daniel Fulton made a good case there. The question to the officers is it possible at this stage, if this committee agrees this TRO, for you to alter the TRO in that direction? Because we cannot allow an amendment here today, and I don't believe that you can have a TRO adjusted to the one that you've published. So that's the first question. The second question was really, I didn't feel that Katie Thornborough's question was answered correctly. Katie Thornborough asked for baseline data for us to work from in the future, and what we got back as the response was the surrounding roads will be monitored and that information will be made publicly available. They are 2 very different things. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, yeah, 2 questions there. One around is it possible to alter this TRO? I think very straightforward. And then the second one was around baseline data. Is there anything further you wish to add?
In terms of the decision today, the TRO would be as set out in the report and published. In terms of baseline data, we have, of course, had periods where the bridge has been restricted before. So we have a good understanding about the impacts of that. But yes, we will be able to share current data when yes, we will be able to share baseline data and ongoing monitoring.
Okay, thank you for that response. Okay, members, we're going to move on with our second set of speakers now. So who are we up to? We're up to Tina Riches. Tina, are you with us? Good morning. So please, yeah, take a seat. There's a big button with a speaking face on the microphone. That switches it on and off. Traffic light system, same as before. Green light's good. Yellow, 30 seconds. Red, stop.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tina Riches and I have asthma. My comments today are from a personal perspective. I live close to Mill Road and I strongly support the TRO. I'm 68 years old, but relatively fit for my age. However, I've had asthma most of my life, although I've learnt to manage it. In fact, thanks to dietary and activity change, I gave up Preventer steroids in my 50s. But on moving to Cambridge and the Mill Road area in 2014, I found that, especially in the winter months, my asthma worsened significantly, although sporadically. It was at its worst and requiring a reliever inhaler when I walked or cycled along Mill Road. In October last year, I completed, and this is relevant, the 183-mile coast-to-coast walk up in the north of England, and I didn't need my inhaler once in almost 3 weeks, despite the activity. But the day I returned to Mill Road, my symptoms restarted. Mill Road's a narrow, mainly residential road, often used by drivers as a cut-through. We have to endure long traffic jams with idling vehicles or speeding vehicles at other times, both producing much pollution, which exacerbates asthma and similar complaints. Sometimes I just grin and bear it, the taste of pollution in my mouth, sometimes so bad you can almost chew it when I'm cycling along, and then I lead my blue inhaler. When I can, to help my health, I must admit that I use other routes, avoiding my favourite Mill Road shops and cafes, and that's Mill Road's business's loss. But it shouldn't be like that, and it needn't be like that. During the ETRO, the experimental order in 2021, the traffic on Mill Road and its pollution dropped significantly. Walking and cycling along Mill Road actually became pleasant. It provided more space for parklets and plants that help the environment and aid health, and my asthma significantly improved for that year. During the ETRO, I changed my transport mode from car to mostly cycling and walking within the city and using trains to go elsewhere. Even for my weekly food shop at Sainsbury's on the Ring Road, a bike, 2 panniers and a backpack did the trick, and still do. I also shopped more on Mill Road, which helped the businesses there. I still walk or cycle to most places in or near Cambridge. In fact, you can reach most places within 15 minutes on a bike and cause minimal pollution, unlike the longer journey times and pollution caused by cars. So I think other drivers need to consider what they can do. People often need a push, though, to make a change. And I think the TRO will do that. It will encourage drivers and businesses to think about their transport modes and potentially change them and provide advantages to everyone, including asthmatics like me. And my question to you all is, will you agree to Mill Road TRO to help Mill Road help keep its people well? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, do any members of the committee have any questions of clarity for a public speaker? No? So please. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Charlotte de Blois, if I'm saying that right. Am I saying that right? Yep, that's what I thought. Anyway, please, yeah, take a seat. There's a big button in the bottom middle of the microphone that switches it on and off. 3 minutes, as with the other speakers, and you have the traffic light system in front of you to help you keep track of time.
Icon.
Yes,
Yes,
you're on.
I can hear myself
We can hear you.
echoing.
So please take your time whenever you're ready.
Right. My name is Charlotte de Blois, and I live actually on Mill Road. I have a Mill Road address. I know it well. I wake up in the morning and I can see what's happening. I can hear what's happening at night. I'm not going to mention percentages of opinion. I'm not going to mention pollution. I'm not going to argue that Mill Road would be a nicer place to enjoy a cappuccino, although I think it would, nor shall I argue that Mill Road would be safer for cyclists if there was less traffic. I'm not even going to talk about blue badge holders, but I am going to talk about disabled people. I am going to talk about residents and the difficulties and challenges that somebody living on Mill Road has been facing increasingly as traffic increases with the expansion of Cambridge. People living on the north side of the carriageway are particularly challenged. And there are lots of us. There are hundreds of us. Those who drive through don't realise this. They often think that Mill Road is a high street, full stop, but it is primarily a residential street. I've had people wandering into my front garden and saying, oh, the council does this area very nicely. Why don't they do the other gardens as nicely? It's extraordinary. The people who drive through do not understand the area. But to get on to the problem under discussion, stepping onto the street is treacherous. The width of the pavement on the north side is narrow. There is no legal minimum width for pavements and walkways, but there are guidelines. A previous speaker has spoken about this. The Department of Transport recommends two meters, whereas the Disability Act of 1995 recommends only 1.2 meters for a safe walkway. Now,
You've got about
there are
15 seconds remaining.
26 places on that north side where the where the pavement is less than a meter. 26.
Sorry to cut you off. We have run out of time, I'm afraid.
Oh,
so I have to be even-handed with everyone, I'm afraid. So nothing personal.
Can I just say that my husband cannot get his rollator through the 25 centimetre gap, which is often left after bicycles have been chained to the lamppost outside our house.
Thank you.
Thank
you. That's been noted. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you just stay sitting for a second in case any members of the committee do have any questions of clarity for you. I don't see any. So sorry, there is one. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, is a rollator a mobility scooter?
It is one for push along.
Okay. Oh, the
yes,
person.
And
okay.
it's 60 centimetres.
Thank you
They're
very
all
much.
60 centimetres.
That's fine.
Our pavement is 80 centimetres.
Thank you.
That's fine.
You've answered the question. That's fine. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay. Next speaker, we have Elizabeth Whitebread. Are you with us? Yes. Good morning. Am I right in thinking you're representing Cambridgeshire Families for Sustainable Travel? You've just switched it off. There we go.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, welcome. As with the other speakers, 3 minutes, and you've got the traffic light system to help you along. So whenever you're ready to begin, please.
Thank you. I'm here today on behalf of Cambridgeshire Families for Sustainable Travel. We represent families across Cambridgeshire who want to see better public transport and active travel provision within our communities, particularly in relation to how it affects our children's safety and well-being, both now and in the future. Although we have supporters across the county, many live in and around Mill Road. This is where I live with my family. I have 2 sons, aged 6 and 2. Every weekday, myself and my partner travel along and across Mill Road to take them to school and nursery, mostly on bike or on foot, and sometimes by car. We love living off Mill Road. It's a brilliant community for families. But we absolutely hate how much traffic there is, and both the risk of accidents and the resulting poor air quality worries us a lot. Plus, we know that climate change is the biggest threat to our children's future, and that we need to reduce private vehicle use and enable more people to travel by foot, bike, and public transport to give us a chance of having a habitable world for our children to grow old in. For all these reasons, Cambridgeshire Families for Sustainable Travel strongly support the introduction of the proposed TRO. I'd like to share with you some quotes from some of the children in our group so that their voices can be heard in this meeting. Martha, age 10, said, "Mill Road scares me when it's too busy. I want to see fewer cars and bigger pavements so that I feel safe to walk and cycle." Marcella, aged 7, said, "The cars here are so fast and scary. They get really close to me and my mum. I would feel safe if only buses were allowed because they wait for you. If there was a bus gate, there would also be more room for us." Lottie, age 6, said, "Mill Road is really busy and I don't want to get run over when I go to school in the park. If there weren't so many cars, I could cycle over the bridge." Sophia, 11, said, "I love cycling and going to school would be easier if Mill Road was safer and I could easily cycle along it." Nalakshi, age 6, said, "I like going to the pizza shop for pizza and ice cream, but I feel scared now. I want to feel safe going to that shop." Lucy, the mum of Maury, 7, and Edwin, age 5, says, "Whenever we go along Mill Road on our bikes or cargo bike, they say, 'We're on the really dangerous Mill Road.' And we're always relieved to get off it. They say they think it would be much nicer to cycle along with the TRO, and my youngest will also be able to cycle to school, which he's desperate to do, but at the moment Mill Road is too dangerous for him." And finally, Winter, age 16, said, "You'll struggle to find anyone my age who doesn't want the bus gate, since none of us can drive and we almost all walk and cycle everywhere. I feel much more has to be done to understand the needs of young people when making decisions that will have an impact lasting decades." Thank you so much for allowing children's voices to be heard at this meeting today. I will hope that you will do the right thing and vote for them and their future.
Thank you very much. If you could stay seated for a sec. Do any committee members have any questions of clarity regarding the public speaker's comments? No? Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay, now we're supposed to have Mr. Stephen Large, who I understand can't attend, so his comments are being read out. Okay, back up. So you're reading out Mr. Large's comments on his behalf,
Yeah.
Is that right?
Sorry,
Okay.
I'll just get them up.
That's okay.
So Steve is a cardiac surgeon based at the Royal Papworth Hospital, and he's a recipient of the NHS Hero Award. He's dad to 5-year-old twins who both love cycling and lives just off Mill Road. He can't be with us today as he's operating. So these are his words. "Thank you all for the chance to present very generally the health issues associated with traffic. I'm so sorry not to be present, as ironically, I'm dealing with the long-term impact of traffic on health. We have 3 general aspects to cover. 1, the increasing challenge of negotiating our wonderful Mill Road as a cyclist, scooter, car, bus, or truck driver, and as a pedestrian. 2, literally the impact of traffic on health and its relatedness and its relentless increase. And 3, the direct impact of traffic on air quality and what that means for our health now and tomorrow. All these are having a head-on collision with the quality of life for the residents of Mill Road. Firstly, Mill Road is increasingly congested with trucks, cars and taxis, bicycles, scooters and delivery bikes, spilling so very often onto the pavement, denying pedestrians their safe path. It is no surprise to find that the most dangerous road in Cambridge, as reported in 2022, was Mill Road. It is the worst affected single road with the largest number of incidents. Secondly, these figures were recorded during the SARS-CoV-19 pandemic. The number of residences off the road has increased substantially with the opening of 250 homes in Ironworks and substantial more numbers planned in the developments underway in Devonshire Road. The problems are only going to get worse. Thirdly, and most alarmingly, is the environmental impact of all this traffic on air quality. Air pollution has a profound effect upon health, highlighted in a seminal 2002 Lancet article, which described both an immediate and long-term effect on cardiovascular and respiratory health. The beasts of air quality for us are nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter, which are generated substantially by traffic, either by the burning of fossil fuels or the outcome of tyre on tarmac and brake pad on disc brake. The World Health Organization recommends 1, that nitrogen dioxide levels be limited to 15 micrograms per meter cubed, last reported in Cambridge to be 25 to 32, and the council has set a target of 20. Particulate matter levels should be 10 micrograms per meter cubed or less. Cambridge has recorded a level at 16 to 21 with a target of 20. And thirdly, particulate matter 2.5 levels to be 5 micrograms per meter cubed or less. Currently here in Cambridge, it's 7 to 15. Ours is not an argument for the convenience of swift car travel or delivery of local goods, but of the problems delivered immediately through vehicular accident and deterioration of air quality and its cost for society's health. Let's act directly and immediately for a breath of fresh, healthy air today, and so a healthier tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, as you're speaking on behalf of Mr. Large, I won't throw it open to questions because you can't answer on his behalf. So just leaves me to say thank you very much for representing him this morning. Next we have Councillor Elliot Tong. Are you with us, Councillor? Good morning. So it might be worth introducing yourself as well, your City Council position and the ward you represent as well.
Hello, I am Elliot. I am a City Councillor representing Abbey Ward in Cambridge on behalf of the Green Party, and I'm also a member of CamCycle. And today I'm here to discuss my own conversations with residents living in and around Mill Road, as well as how I think we should interpret and act on those. So, as has already been discussed at quite great length, the Mill Road debate has been going on for decades. However, at this point, I consider it a little bit of a stretch to even call it a debate, because in my mind, the discussion has long been settled. If you actually go out and chat with people living in and around Mill Road, you'll see that there is so much passion for enabling people to travel around the area in a greater variety of ways: active travel, walking and cycling. We've seen this reflected in the many positive consultation responses. And in my eyes, most importantly, we have seen proactive travel candidates repeatedly come out on top in local election results, and often very, very decisively. We know what people want. They want to be able to travel around the area in a way that suits them. And if our democracy is to function correctly, we need to respect that and actually make sure these wishes are brought to fruition. Now, we have a chance to do this today. I don't want to see responsibility for this to be kicked down the road anymore. This is something that we can do to make a legitimate improvement on people's lives now. Now, there are concerns, people have said things they're nervous about, and with any new scheme there are going to be worries. I completely understand that. However, moving forward, we can bring this scheme to a state where it will work to support both local people and local businesses, enabling people to actually go and spend their money at these fantastic shops that we have on Mill Road. I really think it's important that we provide people with this freedom, because people have wanted it for so many years now and they're tired of waiting. Thank you.
Caught me out there, almost choked on my water, but thank you very much for your comments, Councillor. Committee members, do we have any comments for the City Councillor? No, all very clear. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay, speaker 6 of this block of 7, we have Thomas Proyd Hom. Again, am I saying that right? I'll take that as a no.
Yes, that's okay, that's fine.
You're very polite.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, same rules as before. 3 minutes. You've got the green, amber, and red lights in front of you to help you along whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. According to the County Council's own data, Mill Road is one of the most accident-prone in the county. I can attest of a few close calls myself when crossing it with my son on our way to school. This is no surprise given how narrow it is and the high level of motor traffic it has. Given the lack of space to provide much needed segregation from car traffic to cyclists, the constant pavement parking that plagues the daily life of residents and users of Mill Road, in particular the most vulnerable ones, how thriving are businesses on roads with model filters, for example, Regent Streets, wouldn't all councillors agree that the only viable solution is installing a model filter as proposed by this TRO in order to reduce traffic and make Mill Road nicer for all its users? That's all.
Very concise. I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much for your comments there. Committee members, any questions of clarity? No? Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay, and then our final speaker in this block of 7, we have Sarah Hughes. Sarah, are you with us? Morning. And am I right in thinking you're representing the Cambridgeshire Sustainable Travel Alliance?
Yes, that's correct. I'm speaking on behalf of the Cambridgeshire Sustainable Travel Alliance. We're an alliance of 31 organisations active in the areas of transport, environment and health. As we wrote in the Cambridge Independent recently, you'd be forgiven for thinking people had all but forgotten the bus in Busgate. The benefits of a bus gate on Mill Road for bus services are significant and should be fully considered. Starting with the benefits for bus passengers, and please bear in mind that it is younger people, older people, disabled people, women, and people with low incomes that use the bus the most. First, buses often cannot run freely along Mill Road due to queuing traffic and illegally or inconsiderately parked motor vehicles. On the day we wrote this question, an average day without significantly heavy motor traffic, the number 2 service we tracked was already delayed when it arrived at Mill Road. On Mill Road, it was only able to travel at an average speed of 5 miles an hour, and it had fallen a further 10 minutes behind schedule by the time it reached Brookfields. A bus gate on Mill Road would make bus services faster and more punctual, and the bus operator reported a reduction in delays and improved reliability of journey times along Mill Road during the earlier bus gate scheme. Second, the pavements in many places on Mill Road, as we've already heard, are so narrow that people are often obliged to walk or wheel very near or even on Mill Road's busy carriageway to get to the bus. Lower motor traffic levels on Mill Road would make accessing the bus much safer and more pleasant, and this is especially important for children, older people, disabled people, and their carers. And thirdly, the number of Route 2 buses running along Mill Road has been cut in recent years, and these cuts are much more likely to be reversed with a bus gate in place. Then, please consider that improvements to bus services in Cambridge would benefit everyone travelling in the city, not just bus users. A full double-decker bus is able to transport around 75 people, potentially taking around 50 cars off the road. If more people choose to travel by bus instead of by car, congestion will reduce and getting around the city will be much easier, however you opt to make your journey. People will be deterred from switching to the bus, though, unless services are more reliable. Over half of Cambridge non-park and ride bus users we surveyed last year described their services as late or unreliable. And it's not just passengers in Cambridge who are impacted. A bus from Ely to Littleport will be delayed if it's held up by queuing traffic in Cambridge on its way to Ely. Bus gates are vital to improve reliability, and indeed there's such a need for a bus gate on Mill Road that even our previous Conservative government wanted to see it in place, if the press is to be believed. The benefits to reliability would be even greater if the Mill Road bus gate were part of a wider scheme of bus priority infrastructure across the Cambridge area. So my question is, what actions will this committee take to support bus travel and grow the number of people who use the bus?
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. So members of the committee, do we have any questions of clarification for our speaker, Councillor Bradman?
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you, I'd like to ask Ms Hughes, you said that the Route 2 City 2 buses, with which I am familiar, were cut. Was that because it was not possible for them to be reliable, or was that cut for some other reason? Are you aware?
I think you'd have to ask the bus operator the reason for cutting the bus services, but I think the information supplied about the reliability and slow journey times would give you an indication of what the problems were there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions of clarity for our speaker? No, I don't see any. So thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our second block of 7 speakers. So I'm going to ask officers now if there's anything that's been raised so far that you feel you'd like to respond to at this stage. No? Okay. Okay, well, yeah, members, if there's anything you'd like to ask officers about at this point, Councillor Count.
Yeah, two questions, and thank you again to those speakers for raising all those points. There's some new ones in there, so I've been taking note. Really do appreciate the wide variety of information coming forward. There's been a lot of talk about the narrow pavements and the narrow roads and the improved safety. Can you point to me in the document where the proposals for increasing the width of the pavements and the funding for that and any cycle lanes are, please, because I couldn't see that. And the second point I'd like to ask is the bus operator of the City 2 bus, which gave out the time, I think they were talking about reliability was an issue. That was the same time that Stagecoach had a massive problem with staff shortages. I think that was the same period of time, wasn't it?
So I think two questions there. One around, is there any part of this TRO talking about changing the footpath width? And secondly, your view on the City 2 bus reliability issues.
In terms of the public realm improvements, which could incorporate changes to the pavement widths, there's an update on that as part of the report, as part of 3.29 of the report. I think in terms of the point about bus services, I think there is, as set out in the local transport plan and the kind of strategic reasons behind proposing the scheme, about the potential to improve bus reliability, journey times and attractiveness, albeit the specific decisions behind decisions I wouldn't be able to comment on.
Just like to clarify further council account. So paragraph 3.29 talks about other potential works that could be undertaken, but they're not part of the traffic regulation or not part of the decision before the committee today. But we have provided additional information around other planned improvements that we want to make to the public realm, which picks up the issue that I think you've raised around the general environment. So I just want to make that clear. It's not part of the TRO, but it is covered as additional information in the report. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come back, Councillor?
Yeah. Thank you for bringing forward the point about 3.29, which is about the potential planned improvements to public realm, which included potentially the pavement width, cycle lanes. Who knows what it includes? It doesn't specifically say. I'm just surprised that you brought that forward, not 3.32, which says, for the avoidance of doubt, this matter is identified to provide context only. It's not considered to provide any material justification for the making of the proposed TRO, and it is not a matter that members should take into account considering whether or not to implement the proposed TRO. So I asked a direct question because I knew what the answer was, and you gave me the first part, which again talks about potential improvements to the public realm. But there is a very clear thing here that which everybody has considered, should be ignored. Thank you.
Okay, Frank, let's have the officer answer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So thank you, Councillor Count. That clarification is exactly what I've just outlined verbally as well, just to make that really clear to members. So that's why I did provide that extra clarification. So thank you.
Is this on the same point, Councillor Brennan? Yep.
I just wanted to clarify that it's my understanding that we are considering the TRO, but the point is that without the TRO, it is very unlikely that any of the public realm improvements could be made. So that's the only connection in my understanding. We are simply deciding on the TRO.
Thank you for that. Okay, members, with that, we'll move on to our third and final block of 7 speakers. At which point might be, oh no, sorry, then we have the local members to address us as well, and then that might be a good point for a comfort break. So our next speaker is Mr. Councillor Mark Ashton. Are you with us, Councillor? Good morning. So I won't bore you with the rules again. As with all the other speakers, 3 minutes, and then when the light in front of you goes yellow, that means you've got 30 seconds remaining. And then if you could stay seated at the end in case there are any questions or clarity from committee members for you.
Thank you for the 3 minutes to voice not just my concerns, but those of the majority of residents in Cherryhinton. I've been a councillor in Cherryhinton for the last 13 years, and I was the Mayor of Cambridge 2 years ago. And I moved from the north of England 54 years ago, hence the strange accent. I would like to consider these main headings when you come to your decisions. Arterial road affects all Cambridge residents, especially the eastern side. Pollution, safety, congestion, factual data, up-to-date data on air quality and traffic numbers, alternatives, traffic lights. Quick points on the above. The arterial road was designed as a major link from the east into the city, and other major links, Coldham's Lane, Hills Road, are already gridlocked. Pollution must be higher when traffic is forced onto other roads and similar roads like Tennyson Road. Government figures prove that 1 minute of a car idling produces enough toxic emissions to fill 60 people's lungs. You would be responsible for that. Safety. Alternative side roads are narrower than the bridge and already problems Tennyson Road. Imagine large delivery vehicles trying to navigate. Congestion can only be made worse if the bridge is closed. Factual data. Recurrent air quality is not measured at present regards if the bridge is open as against pollution on the side roads due to increased traffic, and the same for traffic numbers. I believe all the figures before were during COVID or when we came out of COVID, so it's a complete distortion of traffic now. Alternatives. We use traffic lights everywhere across the city, so why not on the bridge? This will give increased width for travelling, thus helping the aims of safety, pollution and congestion. So please consider these main points when reaching a decision that will affect not just Romsey, but residents across the city. Arterial road, pollution, safety, congestion, factual data on air quality and traffic numbers, alternative traffic lights. Remember that saying, a pet is not just for Christmas, and Mill Road Bridge is not just for Romsey. Thanks again for allowing me the time to raise these valid concerns.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Committee members, do you have any questions of clarification for the City Councillor? No? Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning, Councillor Ashton. And we'll move to our next public speaker, Mr. Neil Mackay. Mr. Mackay, please. So I'm sure you're familiar with the system by now. 3 minutes to address the committee, and you have a traffic light system in front of you to assist with timing. So take your time whenever you're ready, please.
Why was the consultation form not launched automatically at midnight on August the 8th? Why was the form not there? It didn't get published online until circa midday on 9th of August. I found it to be very poorly laid out, and in my opinion, and the opinion of many others, as close to paying lip service to a consultation as it could be. Why was this? The responsibility for running the consultation was passed to the GCP, who in turn engaged an organisation called Appiway. On visiting the Appiway website, the homepage states in big bold letters, decarbonising cities from the curb up. This gives the strong impression of not being impartial. Why was this organisation used, and how much did it cost the GCP? Can you please provide the full data set from which the published results were extracted? When will this be available? The Cambridge Independent front page article 2 weeks ago about the elected mayor of Cambridgeshire, Dr. Nick Johnson, accepting grant funding from the government to the tune of 4.29 million for bus improvements, with a firm precondition that the Mill Road Bridge bus gate would be reintroduced. The letter was sent by Jessica Matthews, the co-director local transport of the Department of Transport, to Eileen Milner, the then chief executive of the combined authority, on January the 7th, 2022. All funding, including this funding, will be dependent on your willingness to implement ambitious bus priority measures. In particular, CPCA should commit to progress the reinstatement of the bus gate on Mill Road with access to a blue badge holders, as committed to by the Mayor, September 2021. Please note, this was before the first Mill Road Bridge TRO consultation had ever happened. Why was this allowed to happen, and who authorised progress? It appears the elected mayor believes he has the authority to close the bridge. He clearly could not make such a commitment without it. On your rather meagre statement of reasons, it states that CPCA is the Transport Authority for Cambridgeshire, which seems to support the mayor's view. When the bridge does not close, will the 4.2 million be repaid to central government?
Well, thank you very much for your comments. Right on time as well, so I appreciate that. Committee members, any questions of clarity around Mr. Mackay's comments? Councillor Hunt.
Yes, Chair, I think the word clarity has a very wide meaning. I'd like to ask Mr. Mackay 3 questions, if I may.
They're relevant to what he said, yes?
Well, I think they're relevant. They're to do with the closing of Mill Road Railway Bridge, and I think that's what we're here to discuss today. I think I recognise the speaker, and I'd just like to know: have you got a business in Cambridge, and if so, how long has it been in place?
I do have a business. I'm the managing director of Mackay's of Cambridge, which has been in Cambridge since 1912.
So you're an established business. How many employees do you have?
Presently, we have 20.
And the final question is, if the closure is confirmed today, would you be making any adjustments to your business?
Well, as a direct result of a lot of the discussions surrounding congestion charging and, to a certain extent, other road restrictions in and around our business, such as what I call East Road Magic Wands experiment, we have taken the decision to move our business. We're in the process of negotiating new site.
Moving out of Cambridge.
Moving out of Cambridge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, please.
Sorry, can I just clarify? The question which Councillor Hunt raised was, as a result of this Mill Road TRO proposal, will Mr. Mackay be making any changes to his business? I think what we heard was he is proposing to make changes to his business because of a plethora of activities, not primarily related to the Mill Road TRO. But if I got that wrong, perhaps Mr. Mackay could correct that.
I can indeed clarify the actions of this authority have restricted access to my business by a considerable amount and affected the amount of footfall we have within the store.
All right. Well, I think we're straying slightly off point here, but I appreciate the answers to the questions posed to you. It just leaves me to say thank you very much for joining us this morning and giving us your views. Okay, our next public speaker, we have Mr. William Bannell. Good morning.
Hi.
Yeah, so I won't go through the procedure again. I'm sure you're familiar with it by now.
Before I go on the timing issue, I just need to ask permission if I could point out some things in the officer's report which are incorrect before I actually ask my question.
I think if you stick to the 3 minutes for all of your...
Well, I mean, it's just that I had my question prepared, and then looking through the officer's report in some detail, I did find there's 6 or 7 things which are actually incorrect. And I didn't think that it was fair if I should use my time to point out errors in the report.
I think it's fair if everyone gets the same amount of time, I'm afraid.
Well, no, I appreciate that as well. But the thing is that the officer's report is the only thing which is going to be relevant later on. And if there's things which are wrong in it and it gets challenged later, it will be the officer's report.
I think your views are also important to us as well.
No, I know. I want to share them with you. But the thing is that one of the things that I learned from going to the court last year is that time actually
would you like us to start the clock? Are you started?
No, I haven't started. I'm asking if I can go through some things in the officer's
I'm
report
offering you
which
3
are
minutes to
incorrect.
however you want to use that 3 minutes is completely up to you.
Well, I'm sure that there must be some kind of rule or regulation or law which requires the officer's report to actually be correct. And the members here haven't got anything else to go on other than what the officer tells them to say.
Absolutely.
And if there's things that are wrong, a member of the public should be able to come and point those out, because otherwise you're making your decision based on things which are wrong, are they not?
So you are absolutely right. We are relying
permission.
on the, and I'm saying I would prefer if everyone stuck to the 3 minutes for fairness.
Again, well,
and to be fair, I think you've made the point. You don't agree with some of the points.
No, it's not that I don't agree.
I
It's that I
understand
can
that.
show that they are wrong. And that's why I wanted to point them out. And I think that everybody is deserving to see that. It is a public document. This is a public forum. This is an important public decision which is going to affect thousands of people's lives. And
I'm just going to bring Councillor Count very briefly.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I'm not sure where you're going with this, William. It is obviously fair that everybody only gets 3 minutes. However, there's a break coming up shortly. If I can meet you in that break, take on board those points. If I feel that they're substantial, I'll raise them with the officers before the meeting restarts, if that's okay with the Chair, and then the officers can decide what to do about it.
There we go.
But I'm offering to meet you during the break, William, if that's okay.
Councillor Kindersley, this is getting a bit out of procedure now, but
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. So I'm happy for Councillor Count to make that proposal, but I don't think it should be with Councillor Count that the Speaker raises the issues. We've all had access to this report for a considerable length of time, so why the Speaker was unable to read it and submit his questions to officers prior, I do not know. Perhaps he'll share that with us in his 3 minutes. But I think if he wishes to raise them with officers in the break, that is acceptable. And then officers will make a decision as to whether the points he raise are worth bringing to the attention of the committee or not. So that is what I would propose, and I would hope that Councillor Count would agree with that.
okay. I think I'd rather than keep dwelling on this, I would rather you just you just give us your views within 3 minutes, and I'm going to start the clock now. Thank you.
I did write in earlier in the week, and it was Nicholas, I forget his name. He said that I would be able to raise these. That was the impression that I got from him. Also, I'd just like to say that it is on the record that I tried to point these things out, and if this becomes an issue later on, it's going to be a lot harder for you to pretend that you did have an open mind during this meeting. So, of course, we've already seen the newspaper revelations last week, which showed the funding arrangement, which is obviously driving this whole thing, which lends support to the allegation of predetermination and bias. But there are other pieces of information which are forthcoming as well, and this tight time schedule that this has been put under hasn't helped, because obviously there isn't enough time to get all the information out properly and present it to the public, which would no doubt affect their perception about what's actually happening in Cambridge, and particularly in Mill Road. And there was some more information which just came to my attention very recently, and it was actually that the targets and the policy which has been driving active travel and the Mill Road bus gate has been written by policy fellows from Cambridge University. And so the picture that it looks like, that I can see, is that policies have been going from Cambridge University to the Department of Transport, allocating funding to the CPCA, back to this committee to close Mill Road Bridge. And I just think that the whole thing looks very, very interesting from a sort of outsider's point of view, trying to understand what's really going on. And this is just information which I have been able to bring out on my own, using FOI and Google. But if all of this was to be put to a barrister, and the barrister said, actually, hey, I think that there is something here, and then the barrister shoots off the pre-action protocol and he says, I want to see this, 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 I want to understand more about this, the council's going to have to comply under the duty of candor, and there's going to be no way to get out of it. And all of this information, which apparently you don't want people to know, or some people don't want people to know, is going to come out. And so I just, I wonder, is that really the situation which the officers have advised this committee to go in? On the point of further legal action or potential further legal action, I've been clear that these conversations have already started to take place, and there are people who are prepared to do another judicial review, just waiting to see how this goes. And my input has been to try to actually discourage this, to say the risks involved and the costs and stuff like that. And but the more I look at it, the more I see it, and the more I read and the more I find out, I actually see that there is a case to be made about predetermination. And so the question is, if you don't mind me just actually giving you the question, the important question, which you need to all ask yourselves, and everybody should ask themselves, including everybody here. This is the question that the judge will ask. It's called the McGill test. In questions of predetermination, they say, would a fair-minded and honest, impartial observer, considering all the facts,
I think we have run out of time.
would they say that there is a chance of predetermination or bias? That's the question.
Thank you very much for that.
All right,
Thank you. Appreciated. Okay, before you leave,
yeah,
I think we do have a couple of questions of clarification for you. So
course.
councillors Hunt and Hay, please, in that order.
Firstly, Chair, I think you didn't manage to spot the councillor next to me's have their hand up and wanted to talk to you, and she had to pull it down eventually because it got tired. So I think it would be courteous if you allowed councillor to speak. And also, I feel we should take a view on this particular committee meeting is one that's been called with an absolute minimum of notice to anybody. And it's had the second meeting this week of the Highways Committee. And clearly the group opposite me have gone to extraordinary lengths to get all their substitutes and everything in place. And I think therefore a little bit of flexibility from the chair to allow people to make what are serious, important points. And I mean, this £4.2 million is a significant issue, and I think we should, and of course you should do it for everybody. But
do we have a question of clarity for our speaker, please?
I urge flexibility, Chair.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. As the gentleman in question was actually on the clock at the time he also mentioned the inaccuracies within the report, I would like clarity over what those inaccuracies are, please.
Thank you. Well, I found 6, and you've all got the officer's report with you, I think, haven't you? And you did say that you've all read it thoroughly, which is important, of course. Is that right? So the first point that I've got, if you just bear with me a moment.
If you could be as quick as possible, please. We do have other speakers to address us.
I know. Page 34. You've got at the top of page 34 on the officer's response here, it says there has been no procedural irregularities. All right, how you can say that there have been no procedural irregularities is amazing, because I just off the top of my head, I wrote down the other day, I could think of 8. And I could read those out to you if you want. Okay, so
I think if you could just stick.
No, I know. I see that. I understand you're trying to rush me, but again, this is an important issue. Okay, please. And to be fair to everybody, I know everyone's been given 3 minutes, but I'm actually coming in with new information here, and it's relevant.
Okay.
Thank you.
As quick as you can.
So the decision to actually pull out of court and then launch an entirely new TRO, which was essentially the same with slightly different wording, and a new consultation was all taken behind closed doors during the summer holidays without passing through this committee. That's irregular. The fact that all of you have had to change seats and this is a completely different set of people to the normal Highways and Transport Committee, that's very irregular. I don't think that's ever happened before, to my knowledge. On the website, on the web page of this committee, there are no names added to it. So there's no attendance list as well. That's irregular. It's just an unusual thing. Of course, there's no declarations of interest.
Please. We're talking about the
They
TRO
asked
report.
me to point out some irregularities that have happened
Within the report.
Fine. So just to let you know that there have been lots of irregularities. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next point down here is on the same page. It's next to the bit that says economic impact on businesses. I was actually quite amazed by this, but it says it is important to realise that this was carried out during a time of incredible stress for the country during a pandemic, right? That's what it says. But I was careful to point this out, and it actually says it right there on the page next to it. Mill Road traders conducted a survey during the 2019 closure, which showed a 30% drop of business. That's 2019. That's not during the pandemic. So the response to that is obviously wrong. And I just wonder how that's even there. Can we acknowledge this? Thank you. And then the last point on this page, it says the council has been transparent. It hasn't been transparent. All the things that have had to come out through freedom of information, the newspaper that just came out last week with the funding, this was not transparent. It has not been a transparent exercise. I'm sorry, it hasn't. So go up to page 6. Just a couple more. Sorry, Chair. I know that you're trying to run on, but again,
if we
this
could
is
be quick,
important.
please.
I'm being as quick as I can, I promise. 3.4 at the top of page 6, it says the matter is to be considered afresh and no weight should be given to the previous decision, right? But look up there at page 5, just above it, you've gone into quite keen detail about the 2022 consultation, which was what was used to justify that decision. The 72% of respondents in favour, right? Now, at this point, I'd like to include an omission from this report, something which has actually been left off, is that more recently than this, there was a petition which ran from the 9th of August until the 13th of September, so last month, which gained 1,650 odd signatures, specifically saying no to the TRO. And that's more people than is represented in this number here. And so I just think if you're going to be shown this statistic, you should also be shown this one next to it. Don't you think? And because if you're going to cherry pick the data which you include and siphon off the rest, isn't that the definition of bias? As decision makers, you need to have all the facts available before you make your mind up. Is that not right?
Thank you. Is that the end?
Well, there is one more thing, if you don't mind.
Briefly.
And this is, I suppose, just more of an, I think it's important for people to understand actually what happened at that court case for their knowledge.
I don't think that's particularly relevant to this, what
Well,
we're looking at today. So I'm not
it's
going to allow
it's
that.
in the officer's report.
I'm not going to allow that one. But thank you very
please.
much for speaking. We do have other questions from other committee members for you.
Sure.
So we'll see what happens there. I've got Councillor Slatter, then Bradnam.
Thank you. I may have missed it because there has been a little bit of talking over going on, but all the other speakers explained who they were, gave us their names and who they were representing. I would appreciate that from you, please.
Thank you. Philippa? Sorry.
Councillor Slatter.
Slatter. My name is Will. I have businesses here in Cambridge. I have been part of the group Friends of Mill Road Bridge, which did take the council to court. And I've become, because of that, very knowledgeable about all the ins and outs of it. And my interest is basically seeing things done correctly and lawfully. And I mean, I have an eye for detail. This is sort of a hobby that got out of hand, really. And it just turns out that when it comes to these legal issues and looking at these things, I'm actually quite good at it.
That's fine. I think you've answered the
To be
question.
honest,
Thank
if
you
I
very
just wanted to make this one point before anybody gets
No,
me wrong.
I think you've told me what I needed to know. Thank you. I just wanted to know.
Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. You've said that you produced a petition, but it doesn't look as if it was submitted to this committee because it did not come up under item 2 of our agenda. And I think that would have been that's a shame. It would have. I don't know why you didn't submit it for this.
I can give you the answer to that as well. It turns out that the council have got a policy. I forgot the name on the number of it, but basically petitions which are specifically to do with TROs get dealt with in a different way. And so when the petition closed last month, we received an email with the results and things, basically saying that it would be taken off to the side and considered by the officers and it wouldn't go to the committee.
Okay.
Now, that's not my fault.
So we have received the petition. It's just dealt with in a different format.
Yeah, and it wasn't included in the officer's report.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for giving us your views today.
Thank you.
And we'll move to our next public speaker, who is Susan. Yeah, officers at the end. So yeah, we will hear from officers on some of the comments there. We have Susan Jourdan, who might be joining us online. Has she not joined? Okay, so she hasn't joined us, but if she does join before we finish the public speaking, she'll obviously be allowed to address us. Then we have Matt Day, who's, I think, also joining us online. Are you with us?
Good morning. Thank you, committee, for hearing me.
Morning. So, yeah, as with the other speakers, 3 minutes, and then if you could stay online at the end in case there's any questions of clarification from committee members for you.
Sure. So, firstly, apologies for not being there in person, and hopefully I come across clearly. I'm wholly opposed to the installation of a bus gate on Mill Road, but while I let other speakers fight that corner, I want to question why motorcyclists are not listed amongst the exemptions. So it's proposed that traffic restrictions on the bus gate will be enforced by ANPR cameras. These have known limitations, as already proven by existing bus gate implementations around the city. Freedom of information requests that I made in September last year showed that no speed pedelec, moped or motorcycle had ever been fined for passing through the Emmanuel Street bus gate in Cambridge, even though they are not officially permitted to do so. Also, no off-duty taxi drivers passing through the Emmanuel Street bus gate had been fined. So I refer you to Section 47 in the Hackney Carriage Private Hire Handbook, which says taxis can use designated bus gates while on duty. In fact, the response to the Freedom of Information request said that in this circumstances, no fine would be issued for off-duty taxis. This is probably because there's no way for an ANPR camera to tell whether a taxi is on duty or off duty, or whether a motorcycle passes by because it looks at number plates on the front of a vehicle. With ANPR cameras being unable to detect such breaches, and in the process clearly discriminating which motor vehicles get fined and which do not, wouldn't it be more prudent to officially exempt both motorcyclists and off-duty taxi drivers, rather than turning a blind eye and condoning the civil disobedience that happens every day to deliver your takeaway? I suggest modifying the TRO exemptions to include solo motorcycles and adapting the signage to be fit for purpose. So that is to include the white motorcycle picture alongside the picture of the coach, the taxi, and the picture of the bicycle on the blue circular signage approaching the bus gate. Given that motorcyclists abiding by the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit provide no more congestion than cargo bikes, and since many delivery riders are switching to the more modern, quieter electric motorcycles, and they give out no more pollution than an e-bike, and are less dangerous to pass or be passed by than an electric bus, why are they not exempt? Rather than labelling them as rule breakers, see mopeds and motorcycles as an essential part of the last mile delivery service. I call the committee to officially exempt them from the bus gates and the LTNs of the city, but in particular, this potential bus gate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. If you could stay online in case there are any questions of clarity from committee members. No, I don't see any, so that was very clear. So, Mr. Day, thank you very much for joining us this morning and sharing your views. Next, we're going to move on to Margaret Collins, who I believe is with us in the room. Ms. Collins. Good morning. So take your time to get settled. There's a button in the center at the bottom of the microphone that switches it on and off. And as with other speakers, you'll have 3 minutes to give your views to the committee. And then if you could stay seated at the end in case there are any questions of clarity from the committee members to yourself. So please take your time whenever you're ready. The big one in the middle at the bottom, it's got a picture of a face on. There you go, it's on.
Hello, I'm Margaret Collins. I live one side of the bridge and my disabled son lives the other side of the bridge. He's in supported living with 24/7 care, and the care's not going very well. And I'm developing mobility issues as well. First, I want to say it's very onerous being a family carer. At the moment, I'm spending, you won't believe it, 50 hours a week on direct and indirect support for my son because things are going so badly. Since he's moved, I've spent at least 35 hours a week. I have my own health issues. It's the only onerous area of being a family carer over the years. It means that it's very difficult to participate in the democratic process at all. So I have missed a lot of these consultations that went on. I didn't even know they were happening. I think you should have written letters to at least every resident in the city. A lot of people don't have the internet, don't read local papers, don't listen to local television or whatever, radio, so they won't have known. So it's been a real struggle to get here today. I have not been able to read all the papers. I've read what I did. I put in a representation. It was last minute and rushed. And I put in a last minute thing about what I wanted to say today. And that was rushed. So I haven't done a 3-minute preparation. Carers. My son needs 24/7 care. The 2 blue badge limit is going to be quite onerous. You won't be able to change carers quickly. It's going to say at least 3 working days. We've had previous problems with the station issuing fines after the carer has been legally registered, so we don't go to the station anymore with the carer's vehicle. It won't work very well, the blue badge exemption. It's also very hard to get a blue badge. The renewal of my son's blue badge, he's had one since he was 5. The renewal last time when he was 23 took 40 hours of my time and an appeal, and the council would not share what I wrote and what the specialist report was. It's very hard work, and when you're a carer, you need this like a hole in the head. A lot of disabled people don't have blue badges at all. And I'm just desperate. And we lose carers because they can't afford to get to work in their cars. We've lost several that way. And you're going to make it harder for them. And even if registered as a blue badge vehicle, they're not going to be able to travel over the bridge to get to work. So what am I going to do? We're going to lose more of them. The quality of care is already bad. And by the way, your exemptions mitigation thing, you say you haven't got the resources to widen up the case, to do the work of widening up the case eligibility, but you're talking about a case-by-case basis for age, disability, etc.
Madam, I'm sorry to cut you off. We have
got the resources.
We have reached the end.
Okay, you haven't got the resources.
Okay, that's it. Sorry, madam, if you could stay seated, actually, there are some questions of clarity for you, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So we have Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you very much. There's a couple of questions I'd like for clarity to ask you. Did I hear you say that you had no knowledge of a consultation?
Remember, we signed one survey. I put a response in on my behalf, and I also filled one in on behalf of my son because I speak for him. I'm his informal advocate. He can't speak. He can't read or write. He doesn't know what a survey is. He doesn't know what an election is.
But the results of the survey, of course, are important to him.
Yeah.
And are there many people in your similar situation in your area?
The lady who lives opposite me is terminally ill.
I mean, what I'm saying is you're not alone in your circumstances.
No, I'm not. No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. I think that's all the questions for you, so thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, and then our final speaker, unless our previous speaker does join us before the end of the session, we have Shahpour Mefta. Morning, sir. And I understand you're speaking to us on behalf of the Mill Road Traders Association.
That's correct.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, good to have you with us. So as with the other speakers, whenever you're ready to start, you'll have 3 minutes. Green light is good to go. Yellows, 30 seconds remaining, and reds, as we know, is the end.
Okay, my name is Shahpour Mefta. I'm the chair for Mill Road Traders, and I have my own business next to the bridge. And I just want to talk about few things which I've heard from the previous speakers. They said we live in a democratic country and the election is showing we are doing the right jobs. The numbers are going down. Don't say we are doing the right jobs. You're not listening and you're just continuing. If you check the number of people who voted this year and the previous time, they've gone down. There are less people are going out. Then they're saying we work on the real data. The data we went out yesterday, asked 90 traders to see what they're thinking of the bridge closure. And from 90 people, 80, I was going to give you this, which shows 85 of those traders, they said they don't want the bridge to close because they say if it closes, it's going to hurt their business and they're going to move. And from those 90 people, they have at least over 200 people working for them. Imagine how much is going to go down. They say we want a safer environment. We want to improve Mill Road. Close the bridge is not going to help anybody. Imagine traffic coming in, you turn back out. It's not going to help anything. I don't know why people are saying bridge is the trouble. Bridge is not the trouble. Bridge is the access point from A to B. So that has to be on. If you put a bus gate, it's going to cause so much headache. People, they say they want to live in a better environment. Mill Road is safe. They come with the accident report. Those data, I'm there most of the time from 8 o'clock until 6 o'clock every day. From my business, I don't see any accident. Majority of, Martin, it was a point of orders. You pointed at the conservative people saying, you have to listen, whatever. You cannot say to the people you're talking to, you cannot push them towards something which you're not supposed to say. So that was a point, or that's why I raised my hand. So accident, majority of those accident, if you say accident, is a bicycle, cyclist, they go fast, do not even stop at the red light, and they just go. And pollution, what are we going to do with the pollution? My neighbor stopped 2 cars, petrol, bought 2 diesel. Okay, but it's still there are a lot of costs, a lot of journeys. We are adding a lot more to traffic. So the pollution is not going to stop. So we just have to do something which is going to help the environment. Closing the bridge is not going to help. And we just have to make sure whatever decision we're going to make is going to help the community, not groups. Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. If you could stay seated for a second, I know we do have at least one question of clarity for you. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you for that. So you're speaking on behalf of the Mill Road Traders Association. How many businesses are involved in it, are members of the Mill Road Traders Association?
We've got paid members and non-paid.
How many paid members?
We've got around about 45 paid members. They're £10 each per month. We are trying to cover our costs. And there are all the other shops, they are members as long as they want us to help. When I went yesterday to them, they were very happy to see me. They said, we are not paying, but you turned up to ask us the question and nobody's listening, especially at the Ramsey side of the bridge.
What are the criteria for non-paid members then? I don't understand. So paid members was obvious, but non-paid members, how do you become a member, a non-paid member of Mill Road Traders Association?
They all come to us, they fill a form, they either say they pay or they don't. They are not under obligation to pay or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Connor, did you have a question? I saw you put your mic on earlier.
Yeah, I did. Just for clarification.
I know.
Sorry if I got you in, Councillor Hunt. I don't think I did, but just for clarification, are you saying 85 of the 90 traders you spoke to, whether members of your organisation or not, don't support the closure of the bridge?
That is correct. And I've got the hand with all their signatures. We went out yesterday morning from Petersfield all the way to the Ramsey to the end. And these are from the night. Some they were shot, some they were very busy. We couldn't talk to them. We didn't want to disturb them from making money. So the people that talk to us, there are a lot more. These 90 shops, they said, 85 of them, they said they do not want to see the bridge closed, and they will consider if they close it, they might leave, close the business.
Thank you. That was just my next question. Thank you very much for answering that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Yes, thank you. What mixture of the customers who come to you come from the Mill Road area, or roughly the fag packet figures come from outside Cambridge to have your services?
Okay,
I mean, you can just say something like 50-50 or whatever.
The nature of my business is a computer repair business. So some people, they come miles away. I have some local customers, they come to me. But majority of my customers, they come from distance. They're from miles away. They come from Cherrington, Trumpington, and Arbury, and other places, and some from outside Cambridge.
So they might come by car?
Yes, because they have to carry that equipment with them, and they park around the corner in the car park. I go to them, collect, bring it to the shop, and we deal with it.
Thank you. That's fine.
Thank you. And then, sorry, one more. We have Councillor Kindersley, please.
I'm here. I go all the time.
For just absolute clarity, they'll all be able to continue to do exactly that, won't they?
For the clarity, means people from the Ramsey side, they're going to have to do a bit longer journey to get to me because the bridge is going to be closed. Yes.
So the answer to my question is yes.
The answer with difficulty, yes.
Okay.
And are we supposed to save the environment? That's what I'm saying. Or if they can't just cross, so it's going to be all around pollution and everything else.
Okay. Well, no, sir, thank you very much for joining us this morning and for fielding the questions. That's much
Thank you.
appreciated. Can I just ask our Democratic Services Officer if our previous speaker has joined the meeting? No? Okay, so unfortunately we'll have to leave that one out. Okay, so we've reached the end of our public speakers minus the local members, but at this point I'll ask officers if there's anything from our previous 6 public speakers they'd like to address at this stage.
Yep. There were comments about arterial roads, which primarily it relates to A roads, some B roads. Mill Road's an unclassified road. It links the ring road with the city centre, but it doesn't act as a full radial route. Traffic monitoring was raised again, and the surrounding area would be monitored. The traffic monitoring section of the report begins at section 3.33. The previous bridge restrictions did not lead to discernible air quality impacts. We know that nitrogen dioxide levels are below UK and European target levels. The consultation received a high level of feedback from across the county, as set out in the appendix. The scheme is designed to improve safety by removing through traffic. We know there are high levels of pedestrian and cyclists and vehicle conflict points, and the safety records point towards a need for improvement. Just continuing. There were comments relating to the AppyWay tool. AppyWay is a consultation portal. They do no analytics, and they do not specify the questions that are asked. It's self-served by users, such as the county council, who establish what questions should be asked using that platform. Matt. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up some further points. First ones that related to comments that came from Neil Mackay. So the first thing is that the paper in the decision before the committee today refers to the statutory consultation on the proposed traffic regulation order, and that was conducted during the summer, and all of the responses and all of the objections are included in the papers today. So that's what's in front of the committee. What I'd also just want to confirm the points around the issue raised around the funding that has been allocated to the combined authority. So I can confirm the relevant authority is the county council as the highways authority and has the power to introduce traffic regulation orders. That power does not rest with the combined authority, and it's not a mayoral power either. So therefore, any introduction of a traffic regulation order by the local highways authority is subject to proper statutory process and decision making, and members are considering that decision today. So the other thing I'll just highlight, which is make it really clear, there's been no commitment made by the county council with DfT as the decision-making body regarding any funding being linked to a decision, and nor has there been a similar commitment made between the county council and the combined authority. So it would be clearly procedurally wrong for us to enter into a funding agreement before a decision has been made by the council. So I just want to make that really clear to the committee. What I also wanted to respond to some of the points that were raised by William Burnell. So he highlighted issues around procedure. So the first thing we just highlight in terms of the consultation decision to commence consultation, that was undertaken using existing powers and delegated authority that officers have. So that's why the consultation was taken. It didn't require a decision of a committee to commence that consultation. There were existing powers in place. The reason why there are substitutes at today's committee is because we wanted to make it really clear that this decision is being taken as an entirely different decision on a traffic regulation order. And therefore, we have members of the committee today who have not been involved in the process whatsoever up until now. That is the reason why it's made up of substitutes. The reason why we have different names in terms of when the papers are called is because the substantive committee of the county council is the Housing Transport Committee, and it's our standard procedure to make sure we publish papers with the names of the committee with the substantive members, and that's the why that the papers highlighted those names. And as you saw at the start of the meeting, the substitutes were then not clarified in terms of the committee. So that's, again, entirely within our procedures, entirely accurate. The other thing I would just highlight in terms of because there is reference made to previous decision, the traffic regulation order that was previously determined, that had been quashed. So we've started the process again. What is made reference, just as background information, is an informal consultation that was undertaken by the Greater Cambridge Partnership. That's provided information. But the clear information that the members will be considering today is the results to the statutory consultation that we're undertaking during this summer, and all that information is available for the committee today. So again, that's entirely within the procedures and the process for traffic regulation orders. So no departure from procedure there whatsoever. What I would like to do, though, if we're going for an adjournment, the point you raised around the comments made around the economic impact, I'd just like to get some further clarification on that, and I'll bring back some further clarification with the committee at that stage. But there's just some additional points I wanted to clarify there, Chair. I don't know if David wanted to clarify any further points.
Turning to some of the other comments, there were comments relating to exemptions on motorcycles and taxis. I just confirmed that motorcycles are traffic, albeit a small minority, and contribute to issues in the area, and therefore no exemptions are being sought. That's in line with other bus gates in the city. Advice from Patrols, the regulator, suggests that restrictions such as bus gates should be consistent in order to aid motorists' understanding around rules and regulations of the road in the area. But officers, of course, monitor schemes regularly and consider improvements and efficiencies within regulatory frameworks. Bear with me. Regarding the comments about the blue badge and the exemption process, these can work. There's would be a process in place that is online. Now, we can't comment how other organisations manage those exemptions, but we've sought to make the process of applying to be on that list, that exemption list, as simple as possible. And just to reaffirm the point about the consultation in question, the report relates to determine in objections associated with the 5-week statutory TRO consultation of August 2024. And those results are what are set out and reviewed in the report and its appendices, and they are the reasons that underpin the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. A lot to digest there, I think. Okay, well, committee members, before we turn to our 2 local members from the County Council, if any committee members have any questions for officers at this particular stage about anything that they've just said, Councillor Hay, you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. One of the members of the public mentioned his petition that he put forward, which obviously we haven't seen. And I just wondered why, because if you look at the agenda, it clearly says petitions and public questions. Sorry, how can we make a decision today unless we know the wording of that petition and the number of people who signed it?
I think unusually the Democratic Services officers can answer that one.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, the Council's petition scheme sets out various petitions that have separate processes for that don't come through the committee that in the way that a petition normally would. And those relating to TROs are one of those, and that's essentially to ensure that they are treated the same as any other objection raised in the TRO process, and that's set out in the Constitution.
So my follow-up question is, I would still like to know the wording of that petition and the number of people who signed it, because to me that does have a bearing on any decision we make today.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, the petition is on the website along with all the other petitions, and I can provide you with a link.
I think that'll be fine. Councillor
Just for absolute clarity, I don't think it does have any bearing on the discussion that we are having today. And the reason that it doesn't is because this is a statutory process. And the petition that Councillor Hay is referring to was outside that statutory process. Is that not correct?
If officers could confirm that, that's my understanding. Yeah.
That's correct, Chair, yes.
Okay, understood. I think that's clarified the petition process. Councillor Count, you're next, and then I've got Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, it's on the same point. I noticed that in the document in front of us, it covers the actual petitions, and it says at 3.15 on page 7, it should also be noted that in addition to the formal objections, 2 petitions were received on this matter. Petitions relating to TROs are considered by the Executive Director of Place and Sustainability in consultation with the local members, i.e. I think that's Frank gets to decide, it's his delegation, but the 2 local members get input and we don't. Now, I don't know the wording of the petition. I'm going to look it up during the debate. I understand that it's outside the statutory process, but it is information, and information, we should never turn down a rich source of information. I would like to ask the Director of Place and Sustainability the approach to this as a general thing. My expectation would be that the matter is being dealt with by this committee on this day, and therefore you will feed back to these petitioners the result of this, which you will stand by. That would be my guess how you would handle it. I would be interested to know if your approach is anything different to that, because if not, I wonder how you can deal with a petition when this is the decision-making body. So I'd be interested in hearing that. But I do think it is relevant to know the numbers involved of people objecting through their own chosen method of contacting us.
Okay, so a question around process then?
Well, the process would be, because I've yet to consider this, but I would review the petition and then provide a response to those who submitted the petition, as I would with any other petition that's for an officer to consider. So clearly I would take account of any relevant material, facts and decisions that may have been taken by the council at that point. That's what I've just outlined there, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also have Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I must say I'm rather disappointed when I hear an officer say, oh, it's on the website. Now, I represent a division that is mainly agricultural, and certainly the assumption that everybody has got a laptop is not safe. And I believe that it shouldn't be. I think some people could say it was rather arrogant to just say, oh, it's on the website, as though everybody has it. It's not true. A lot of my residents don't have computers, and therefore other ways of communicating with them should be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think there's a response needed, but your comments have been noted, Councillor. Okay, so I think we've reached the end of our public speakers. Members, it is 12 o'clock now, so we're going for 2 hours. I was hoping we'd be able to hear from our 2 local members before break. Has anyone got a burning desire to break now? Councillor Count?
Chair, we've been reminded on past occasions the break isn't for us, it's for officers. So
okay, fine. Well, given that, sorry, Neil and Richard, you're going to have to hold on. Okay, we'll break now. If we break for 15 minutes, we'll come back at 12:15 and restart. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. We're going to start in about 30 seconds or so. So if you could all take your seats. David, if you could join us at the front. Okay. Afternoon, everyone. We're going to restart now. So welcome back to this meeting of Cambridgeshire County Council's Highways Committee. Just before we broke, we just heard from all of our members of public who wish to address us today. We are now at the section where we're going to hear from the two local members who represent the two county divisions that the bridge directly is impacted by. So I'm going to ask Councillor Howitt, who I have seen. I know he's in the room. Good morning, Councillor, if you come forward. I know you're abundantly familiar with the technology here, but for the sake of the room, I'll remind you that you actually have 5 minutes to give your views to the committee. And if you could stay seated at the end, there might be some questions from committee members for you. And you have the traffic light system to guide you along. So I'll pass over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my constituents in Petersfield Division. Some members will remember that in 2021, when this first came up and there had been a flawed public consultation, I said, too big a decision, we couldn't do it either way. We needed more public consultation. And I made myself very unpopular by saying that at the time. But it does show that we have an open mind, and that was my open mind at the time. What then happened in 2022 was that the further consultation took place. It wasn't just people writing in, it was a set of workshops as well as the writing in, where we got people together and we depolarized it. And it had been very polarized, and we came up with a series of compromises that did carry the day. And crucially, it said that this isn't just about a bus gate, it is about improving the environment or the public realm in Mill Road. And the figures were very clear in 2022 for my division. A big majority supported this, and so I supported it at that time. But like everyone else in this room, it's our duty to read the new TRO consultation. So I've read it really carefully, as I know all of you will have done. But there is nothing in that that leads me to change my mind. And on page 48, you will see the pie chart that shows a very clear majority in my division support the bus gate, and indeed in neighbouring divisions, although my colleague Neil, I'm sure, will speak for himself, but not even those. The Cambridge people in the neighbouring divisions are in support of this. I will say to my friend and colleague Katie, Councillor Thornborough, sitting behind me, we're close colleagues and friends, and she's a city councillor in my ward. I think she makes some good points about data and about review, but I live and represent and speak with people in the ward as well, and I have to respectfully disagree with her that a new TRO is needed. And I want to say I know Nick Johnson really well. And for people who've worked close to this issue, there was no secret that Conservative officials of the Department of Transport under the former Conservative government were talking with the Combined Authority about active travel, including Mill Road. That's well known. But as Frank Jordan has rightly said, and I would like to underline, this decision is a decision for this authority, not the Combined Authority, and it's a decision for this committee today. And I have to say, I'm a senior member of this authority, and I know lots of people around the table on both sides, and I have every confidence that you will take the decision based on the evidence before you and nothing else. And I want to make that very, very clear. I do have 3 questions for Frank. I know that the realm, the environmental improvements, are not material to the decision, and I respect that. But this is the first time in 2 years that we've got this in public. I've been assured over and over again that you're pursuing and by you, I don't mean you personally, of course, the service is pursuing funding. I said, don't have a big capital scheme one-off, do it in tranches, at least do something. And it is really disappointing that promises that were made by the County Council 2 years ago are not realised. I don't believe myself, and Councillor Brennan, I do respectfully disagree with you, that the environmental improvements, the pavement improvements have had to wait until the bus gate. I don't agree with that. And I'm hoping you will give us some hope, Frank, in the way that you answer. Secondly, and I've said this to you privately as well, but this has been an extremely costly 2 years in terms of delay, but also in terms of legal fees and money. I'm not for making scapegoats, but I do think there needs to be a full investigation on who was responsible for getting it wrong, and that there should be accountability for that. And I do ask, Frank, for you to answer that today, because I think we were let down as an authority. And finally, on the issue of the possible rat run in Tennyson Road, there's been an exchange of correspondence between my colleague Richard Cowley and David, and he's apologised for what's in the report and is going to clarify the points made by my constituent, who is a trained chemist and has done nitrous oxide tests, that his evidence is valid, and I look forward to hearing that. So I conclude simply by saying to members, I am proud of my constituents who've spoken so eloquently today, more eloquently than me, but with them I ask this committee to pass the officer recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor. If you could stay seated for a second, just in case there are any questions from committee members for the local member. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. I represent Streatham and Wilburton and some other villages in that area. A lot of the people I represent can't afford to live in Cambridge, but they come and do essential work, very often cleaning the schools, the hospitals, and do essential work for very low pay. Do you think it's fair that their views and interests aren't looked after very well? For example, the only two county councillors speaking today are ones from the Mill Road area. Do you think it's fair that my residents, who come and do a great service in the city, aren't represented?
Surely they are, because you're here. There are 14 county councillors around this room, and we knew someone called Billy Banana who came from Streatham, and he was a children's entertainer who came to our children's parties. And as I understood it, if you're going from Streatham to work in Cambridge, you don't go down Mill Road.
No, you come through Waterbeach, Horningsea, the airport, and then you come along and you come down Mill Road. And if you go to...
All right, I think AA route planner aside, I think we are straying slightly off.
Because the people of my division, coincidentally, I'm sitting here, but you have your seat there by right because you're the local member. It's not fair.
You have your seat there by right as a member of this committee, and that's very fair.
Okay. Members of the committee, any further questions or clarity on the local members' comments? I see none. So thank you very much, Councillor Shaler. Sorry, Councillor Howitt. We are now going to hear from Councillor Shaler, all right, who I'm hoping is joining us online. Neil, good morning.
Hopefully you can see me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, we can see and hear you fine, Councillor. So as with the other local member, you're allowed 5 minutes to address the committee. And if you could stay online at the end in case there are any questions or clarification for you as a local member.
Thank you very much. And thank you, committee members. And thank you for the huge amount of work of locals on this. Thank you for coming to help Romsey today. I will keep it short. I don't think I need to repeat all of the many arguments in favour of the bus gate. As we have heard, Mill Road is a narrow street, and so it is easily jammed. It is not a good through route for traffic. And in addition, we have, and most importantly, we have thousands of people attempting to shop, get their children to school, meet, and generally take part in community activities as we would expect in the core of our community. And also, as we have heard, locals have asked for the removal of through traffic since the 1970s. It has been the key issue on the doorstep for all of the many years I have been knocking on doors in Romsey. Mill Road is a destination rather than a through route. And I would also like to mention that we have continued to support similar ambitions in other parts of the county. For instance, in Fenland, the March Area Transport Steering Group's ambitions for their high street. Via the combined authority, we have supported to the tune of millions of pounds improvements for pedestrians to increase footfall for local traders in the high street. I think this demonstrates the joint administration's ability to work cross-party and the interest of local communities, no matter where they are across the whole of the county. This is about people. Mill Road is people. We are Mill Road. Please support the TRO for the Mill Road bus gate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Committee members, do you have any questions of clarification for the local member? Councillor Wilson.
Well, I'm not sure if it's clarification for Councillor Shaler or whether it's a question for you, Chair. There are various references in the officer report to things that Councillor Neil Shaler may or may not have claimed. And I just wonder whether you want Councillor Shaler to clarify any of those comments. We have the officers' responses, but we don't have Councillor Shaler's responses.
And I think the responses we are obliged to rely on are those of the officers. Obviously, Neil can give a personal view as the local member. Obviously, we as a committee are directed towards the officers' comments in the report. So I hope that's helpful. Okay. Councillor Counts.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Shaler, and thank you for highlighting the March Area Transport Strategy, which you're claiming credit for. I remember working on that for you, a councillor, and continue to be part of that group today. Now, you did highlight, of course, that the enhanced pavement increased active travel, it increased walking, cycling, and much better environment. Are you also aware that it actually increased the ability for motor vehicles to get through that area, as well as buses and motorcycles? Because you did seem to have missed them off your list. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Count. I think we're quite proud to support the ambitions for the High Street in March. And there is a narrowing of the passageway through the High Street. And I do realise that it will allow the continued traffic through. There is some debate locally, and I understand that only 55 members of the public were actually consulted prior to the works commencing. But I think the final result will be very good. And I'm not taking credit for this. I think we actually, when we started, a lot of this was already in motion, but we took the view that we should support what you are trying to do there. And there are massive similarities. It's about improving footfall, improving the space.
Yeah. I mean, if we could stick to Mill Road, I think that would be best for everyone. As much as March is a lovely place to discuss, I think what we're here to do today is discuss the TRO for Mill Road Bridge. Okay, members, any further or final questions for the second local member? No. Councillor Shaler, thank you very much for joining us and for your views. Okay, where are we now then? So we've had all of the public speakers, we've had the two local members address us. Sorry. If officers would like an opportunity to respond to the three questions that Councillor Howitt put, I think this will be a good opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Howitt. So again, I'll reiterate that what's included in the report around potential future improvements to the public realm are not relevant for the decision around the traffic regulation order. So there should be no linking made in terms of what I might say around future public realm improvements in the traffic regulation order. But what I can say is that, and give the councillor the commitments, that we're fully exploring all options and funding opportunities to make wider public realm improvements. Once we've got clarification on what could be taken forward, that will be subject to separate decision making. That might be an officer decision or committee decision, depending on its value. And of course, Councillor Howitt, as a local member, I'll keep you informed as that progresses. The second question about the review of the process, again, I don't think that's relevant for the committee for today, but generally as a council, we have an open and transparent approach where we do learn from previous arrangements. And if there are things that we can improve on, we will clearly be open about that. But that's something, again, as an executive director, we do it all the time, and we will always review every single decision. And this is no different in this regard. On the Tennyson Road issue, David Allett will provide the clarification I think that you were seeking, Councillor Howard. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. And as I said at the start of my presentation, relating to all of the representations in the table being valid contributions, with regard to Mr. Calverley's comment, I can confirm that officers did consider the content of the response submitted to the consultation, which was a valid representation, and the response was considered alongside other information that the council holds.
Councillor Count?
Yeah, I wish to raise a procedural point that's come to my attention, please, Chair. And if we don't get the procedure right, we'll be open to another judicial review, as we heard earlier. So it's come to my, so we discussed petitions earlier. I read out 3.15 where it's handled by the executive officer. It's come to my attention that on this week, the H&T committee reconsidered the TRO to do with the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit in Ely. There was a petition that was presented and allowed to go to committee, and it was allowed to be presented at the committee. It seems to me that we cannot have one rule for this committee, a cherry picking which petitions it allows, and on the very same week on a TRO allow another petition. Thank you. Perhaps some clarity.
Okay, let's get some clarity from our Dem Services officer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the petition that went to the committee meeting on Tuesday was in relation to a TRO that had already been passed. And so the petition wasn't seeking to impact on the decision on the TRO. It was looking at the way in which the process had been carried out and wider issues, rather than trying to impact the actual decision on the TRO, which is the objective of these petitions.
Okay, so are you confident procedure has been followed?
I don't know. Was the petition?
I was asking our Democratic Services officer.
No, I'm asking a question, if I may. Was the petition to reverse the TRO or to affect the TRO?
If I remember rightly, I don't remember the whole petition, but that was one of the objectives of it. Yes.
Then the committee considered a TRO this week, and the petitioner was allowed to do it. And the note we have on here is petitions to relating to TROs considered by the executive director of place. You've clearly established that happened once this week in a different way, and it's not happening today.
I mean, do we need to clarify this any further? I mean, I'm content with the answer the Dem Services officer gave us. Do officers want to clarify this any further, or are we?
Chair, I'm confident that what the Democratic Service officer has told us is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Fine. Okay, well, we'll move on anyway. We're on to, well, it's now over to us, members. So we've heard from all of our public speakers. We've had the report presented to us by the officers. We've also heard from the two local members and heard their views. So now it's over to us. So this is the opportunity where we can now ask any further questions or clarification for officers, if that will help us make a decision. And then we can also enter into debate as well. So we can put forward positions or points of view on this particular topic. So over to us, members, if you'd like to raise your hands. I saw Councillor Slatter, Bradnam and Hay in that order.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, officers, for the report, and particularly thank you today for those people who came along as public speakers and told us a great deal we didn't know about before. I'm not ignoring that, but I'm reading my prepared piece so I don't ramble. I have two questions regarding the impact of this proposed TRO on people living with disabilities or illness, and how will the proposed system of exemptions or other authorised vehicles work for them in practice. Firstly, there are disabilities and illnesses which limit a person's mobility, which they currently overcome by making their journeys by private car, either as drivers or as passengers. This includes a variety of sensory impairments, mobility limitations, and psychological conditions. We have read many survey responses from people in this category and heard from them today as well. For example, from those wanting to access places of worship, recreation or therapy close to the Mill Road Bridge. The question is, will the vehicles they currently use be eligible to go on the council's list of exempt vehicles, which we are told will be determined on a case-by-case basis at the council's discretion? It is easy to see how individuals within these groups will be able to arrange matters by nominating vehicles which are used regularly for giving lifts, so that the people involved will be able to continue to attend the sessions which are so important for their health and well-being. However, I want to draw attention to the system which applies to blue badges. This is a parking law, remember, for permits for organisations. The government guidelines say, and I'm sure you've read this, but I will for the sake of this meeting, the issuing local council will decide whether the organisation has a clear need for an organisational badge rather than using the individual badges of the people it is transporting. An organisational badge must only be displayed when someone who would be eligible for a blue badge in their own right is being transported. Common examples of organisations that may be eligible include residential care homes, hospices, or local council social services departments. As we have seen in recent years, it is common for life to be made very difficult for the organisations who provide services for people with disabilities if the county council insists, that as they do, that the blue badges belonging to the individual passengers have to be displayed for a minibus to be allowed to park legally. In the case of this TRO, however, it is stated that vehicles need to be on the Cambridgeshire County Council's list to pass through the Mill Road bus gate. This is not a parking thing. This list is to be determined, as was mentioned by others from the public here, on a case-by-case basis at the council's discretion. And I would certainly hope that we will be able to interpret this in the light of the county council's policy of health in all things. It does not have to be limited to blue badge holders. I would certainly not want to see an isolated person refused a seat with their friends on a minibus going over the bridge to the mosque or an art therapy group because they themselves did not qualify for a blue badge. We know how hard it is sometimes to get some people to come out of their homes and try out the services we offer. It would certainly not make sense if they then get in a car and drive there. I think we should trust the groups involved and add appropriate minibuses and community transport schemes to the list. We do trust people to be trusted partners for other things. We have a well-oiled system, certainly in Cambridge City. I do not expect an answer to this now, but if the TRA is approved, I urge officers to consider the practical implications for residential homes, faith groups and charities. I know that the City Council access officer will be able to advise from the casework which he has been involved in. This list must be drawn up by this council according to its policies and not by an independent agency such as the one we currently use for the blue badge parking scheme. Secondly, there is the impact of the TRO on people with disabilities who require services that currently come to them by private car, and that might well include their mother. The TRO specifies NHS tax-exempt vehicles, presumably ambulances, but I'm not sure how this will apply to carers visiting a succession of clients in the Romsey area. Will an agency be able to apply for their carers' vehicles to go on the list? We've already heard how it can be a problem with this inevitable, an unavoidable change of vehicle. If there's a fine paid, that needs to be challenged on paperwork with the agency which can be readily produced. I appreciate that this is complicated and it could be abused, but I believe that the many residents who've been writing to us come in today in support of the TRO would want to be helpful to their neighbours who need visits from carers. I note that at least one care agency has an office on Mill Road. If the decision is made to approve the TRO, I would like this committee to be able to make recommendations regarding the improvements to the public realm, which would be made possible, and I appreciate that comes later.
But I will fight. It is a challenge for me to vote for this TRO if I think that it's going to be the blue badges mentioned by officers are not are taken to be the full answer to access and ability to move for people with disabilities.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slatter. Very, obviously a topic that's close to your heart. So I'm going to ask officers if they want to reply to those questions raised.
Yeah, thank you. I would clarify that the exemptions are as set out in the reports in the report in terms of the exemptions, which relates to the registered vehicle of blue badge holders, registered vehicles of blue badge holders, and in terms of carers, as set out in the report, it could be the blue badge holder's own vehicle, or it could be indeed the vehicle of a carer.
Sorry, Chair, but there is mention of other authorised vehicles. They are the ones I'm concerned about.
Officers, any comments any further comments? Frank?
Just wanted to add, so and it's also covered in the EQIA as well. So we made it really clear in terms of the proposed reasonable adjustment is the proposed exemptions, because that's a clear scheme. It can be understood, and therefore we can be really clear to the committee how the reasonable adjustment would be made. But in the quality impact assessment, we also make it clear how we would engage with disability groups and those who are disabled and those with disabilities around how the process would work and how the scheme would work. So I think that's the other thing in terms of being clear around the actual scheme. We're also making it clear that we'll seek to do further engagement so that we can engage with those people so that they really understand how to get vehicles registered and how we can support them if this scheme is implemented.
Undertaking to engage with people with disabilities, that seems a bit indirect. We want to know that when people apply, they will be assessed according to council policies. I don't believe that the access officer from the City Council has been involved in this yet, but that would be a very quick way of getting access to a great deal of casework and, I'm afraid, sad stories. But the blue badge scheme is a parking scheme. We need to go beyond that in terms of enabling the communities of Mill Road to get about.
I think the question is around, would people be judged on the council's policy? I think is the question.
So it would be a set. So the blue badge process, we would follow the existing process for how we assess people to be included in the blue badge scheme. And as I've outlined, we'd provide that additional support and information and guidance to enable that process to be undertaken. So that's exactly how we would undertake it. But we need to be really clear that what's being proposed is using the blue badge scheme as the mechanism for providing that adjustment to support those with disabilities.
So the application for exemption is made how?
Jeremy, I think you're being volunteered for this one.
Yes. When the previous TRO was approved, an online system was set up which enabled people to register for permits, and I believe around about I think just fewer than 400 were registered at that point, although obviously that did not come into force as the TRO was not made with the challenge. However, we would be looking to reactivate that system and to publicise it through all relevant groups and county council channels, so that people would be able to go in again and register. Obviously, with people who don't have access to the internet, we'd be looking to go through groups to make sure those messages are disseminated and people do have every opportunity to do so.
Okay, I mean, I think we've had the answer from the officers now. I don't think we're going to get any more than that.
Well, you're talking about permits. So this would be similar to, say, transponders when we had limited access to places in city centre. So individuals can apply for permits. Is that correct?
Individuals would register a vehicle which would be monitored by the ANPR system and therefore exempted from any penalty notices being sent out if they crossed over the bridge, those vehicles.
That's in addition to the blue badges, isn't it?
Yes. Okay, well, David,
Yes.
you want to clarify
want some non-stop
final,
there
final
before
word
I
on this
vote.
point, I think.
It's not. It's as set out in 3.27 of the report.
There we go. I think we've got as far as we can with that one, I think. Okay, if we need to come back to that later, we can do, but I've got Councillor Bradnam next to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Point two questions first. I'll speak later in the debate, but I just wanted to be clear that for carers, just to be clear, for people who are living at home, sometimes they need 3 or 6 carers a day in order to cover the 24 hours. And these might be from a care agency or they might be informal. So I just wanted to be clear, how would carers in that scenario, would carers in that scenario be able to apply for exemption? Or are you expecting, if they work for a care agency, is the anticipation that the care agency will apply on their behalf? Or is it that they, in their, because they're often driving their private car, how is it expected that they will ensure that those carers don't get caught out? So that's, would you like, I've got two main queries of
Are
clarification.
they on the same point?
No, they're different.
Okay, so we'll take the answer to that one first, David.
Yeah, it is the blue badge holders that apply for the vehicles. Those properties are, of course, accessible without having to travel over the bridge, but the vehicles that relate to the exemption are those vehicles registered by the blue badge holder.
Sorry, but the blue badge holder might not have a car. Sorry, the client, the service user might not have a car and might not need to park. But are you saying, forgive me, this is my ignorance of the system, are you saying they need to apply for a blue badge on behalf of their carer, and suppose they have 6?
The blue badge holder, through the system that that I just described, can register up to 2 vehicles, and that may be the vehicle of a carer.
No, but sorry, what I'm unclear about is the blue badge holder the service user of the care, or is it the carer who is the blue badge holder?
The blue badge, I don't want to sound, the blue badge holder is the blue badge holder, and the carer may be serving that blue badge holder in their vehicle that the blue badge holder is registered.
So the service user, the person who's disabled or needs a lot of care, so, and carers come to them, they have to apply for the blue badge. This is just query my understanding. You know, am I right in understanding that? Because these are the people who are, these might be suffering from all sorts of debilitating problems, or they might be relatively compos mentis but simply need some support. So the question is, if a service user requires a number, i.e. more than 2 carers, how do their carers, how do they make sure that their carers can get through?
There's 2 points. The service user can register up to 2 vehicles, and it may be that one of those vehicles is a carrier that is travelling over the bridge. Others have to undertake the longer journey. And then another point in terms of the support that the blue badge holders might need, as Frank said, the county council will support people through their application process in registering those vehicles.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think let's come back to that a bit later, I think. I've got, sorry, Councillor Bradley, you've got another point to make, then I'll come to other speakers.
The second one relates to community transport organisations. I'll just cite, for example, because it's local to me. I'm not saying they go over the Mill Road Bridge, but just I'm giving them as an example. But we have the beach car scheme in Waterbeach and Landbeach and Milton. And and I'm not saying that they would go this way to Addenbrooke's, but suppose they needed to pick up somebody in the city on Mill Road, would this is run by volunteers in villages who volunteer to take their car to enable people in local villages to be able to get to hospital appointments and such like. And so this is individual people offering their car for this service. So how are we just simply saying, well, they will have to go the long way round, or if they happen to have a client who the purpose of their visit is to get to somewhere in Mill Road, that they would have to go and come back and do the long journey round? Or are community transport systems, or indeed the dial-a-ride community bus service, would they be an exempted service, or two different things there? Sorry, dial-a-ride is a recognised system, but what about the volunteer drivers?
Yeah, they would not be explicitly exempt. The exempted vehicles are set out in the paper. Those registered by blue badge holders.
That doesn't answer my question. Sorry. So I would have thought for something like dial-a-ride, the organisation would apply on their behalf for a blue badge for a community dial-a-ride bus.
Yeah, so I think the question is around the organisations, right? So it's
Yeah,
can an organisation apply
So can
for an exemption to cross the bridge or not?
apply? Yeah.
If we don't know that now, perhaps we could come back to that later if officers could find that out. So I think that's important. Obviously, a couple of
Because,
members here that we're
For
talking.
example, we have
Yeah, we
numerous
understand. I think we understand what we mean.
care agencies, and the question is, do they have to apply on
Yeah,
behalf of
understood.
their
Councillor Hay, I'm going to come to you now.
Before I go into my question, I will just clarify for Councillor Bradnam. My husband recently was issued with a blue badge, and it's the disabled person who the blue badge belongs to, not the carer. It can never be the carer. Always the
But
blue
that's
badge.
exactly the point I'm making, that it's the drivers who need to get to them. But anyway, here you go.
Yeah. Anyway, I've got a couple of questions I wanted to ask. The first one is, in the session before we had the break, officers mentioned that once the TRO is in place, that there would be a level of monitoring. I'm presuming that would be monitoring of traffic levels within Mill Road as well as the pollution. And that would be judged against the monitoring that would be done prior to the TRO coming in. Am I right? Yes. In that case, is there any monitoring of the surrounding streets where traffic is likely to be displaced to, both the numbers before the TRO comes in and the pollution levels before? And will there be monitoring of those surrounding streets after it comes in?
Okay, so I think the answer to the first one was yes. The monitoring would be done before and after the TRO, but I think the question around surrounding streets, are those areas going to be monitored?
Yeah, the streets that will be monitored are set out under 3.34.
In that case, if it is found that both the level of traffic and the pollution goes up a significant amount, have you thought ahead to any remedial measures that could be taken to bring both down?
Anybody want to take that one?
Yeah, we can we will take stock of the data as it arrives throughout, and there's a range of things that could involve. Could involve a future change to the traffic regulation order, or other such measures, such as range of different traffic calming, even signage. So there's a wide range of measures that can be deployed, but ultimately the key thing driving that will be what the data tells us, what the observed data tells us.
Okay. My next question was, I've been reliably informed that a local well-known solicitor emailed into officers warning that this TRO is liable to legal challenge, and one of the reasons was that there was data missing. And I understand that data was then forwarded on to this particular solicitor. If that's the case, can we be told what that data was?
I think just a question, are we comfortable the data in the report we've been asked to look at is accurate and up to date? I get a yes on that?
So, Chair, I think that I would be able to clarify that point. Yeah, that everything that's relevant for the decision and all the information is available in the report that's been presented today. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask in that case, obviously data was sent on to this particular solicitor. Can I ask officers to send me that data after this meeting? And I've got one final point. I mentioned this morning about the petitions, and for those of you who wasn't able to go online and find out, there was 2 petitions. One was if people were against the new TRO, and that garnered 1,652 signatures, and another was to keep Mill Road Bridge open, and that garnered just over 1,000 votes, I believe.
Sorry, that came across incorrect, I believe. So to keep the Mill Road Bridge open was 1,652, and to put in the bus gate was 1,006.
It's the way I've written it down.
All right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Okay, Councillor Hay, is that everything? Thank you. Next on my list is Councillor Count, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to return to the issue of blue badges. The first point I want to ask officers probably to confirm rather than to check is, does the person who the blue badge is issued to have to be in the vehicle while it's travelling? So, for example, if somebody is going to look after somebody and doesn't have them in, that blue badge cannot be displayed. I think that's the legal situation on that one. And second of all, could you confirm that the County Council policy states, and it's going to be useful for me to say in advance of that I'm reading off the screen here, it is unlikely that taxi or private hire operators and community transport operators would be eligible for an organisational blue badge. Thank you.
Okay, Jeremy, over to you for the detail.
Yes, Councillor Count, obviously you're reading from the County Council's policy position, so that is as it is. With regard to the point on organisations rather than individuals having vehicles on the County Council's permitted vehicle list, there is currently the ability of those such organisations to come and talk to the county about their particular circumstance and for determination to be made if considered appropriate and in line with county policies. And I would suggest that one thing we might do with the Mill Road bus gate, if members make the decision to implement it, is consider whether we see multiple people with blue badges nominating the same vehicle, that is owned by a care agency or an individual working for a care agency, for example, thus giving us an idea actually of the level of demand and how that is represented through the care industry, and whether we would wish to consider amendments to our criteria with regard to care agencies and the registration of vehicles. I think that we do have perhaps a bit of flexibility there, that while we do not want to, if we make the decision to implement the scheme, lead to a decision where it's a free-for-all in terms of vehicles with the permission to go across the scheme. However, there may well be some flexibility beyond what is set out in the paper, but that could be determined through monitoring of the usage of the gate and the registration of vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Haythorne, I've got you next, and then Councillor Kindersley.
So yes, it's good to hear that there could be some degree of flexibility, and it does state council discretion in the papers. Councillor Howard, the local member, stated that there had been engagement with local groups, a process of local engagement, and that had been very effective. I think whatever policy the county council proposes, it will be possible to come up with counter examples for us to say, well, what happens if so-and-so happens to go from A to B? So as a process of that engagement, did the issues involving those with disabilities, did the proposal seem to be sufficient, or are we missing, I assume we're not missing loads of people from this process? like presumably the actual real issues came out in that process of engagement and are being addressed here. I think that's the question.
Okay, who wants to take that one?
So as I referenced previously, the issues in relation to those with disability and also all equality issues, they are covered in the equality impact assessment, which makes it clear in terms of what we're proposing to do in terms of reasonable adjustment and the way that the scheme is proposed. So it is covered in the EQIA report, which is attached to the papers here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kindersley.
Thank you, Chair. If someone is a paid carer for tens of clients who live all the way along Mill Road, Cambridge, do they get an exemption or do they not?
Yeah, so have we got any more clarity on this point yet? Yeah, do we need some more time? Okay, the question's been asked. Officers are going to go away and find out the answer and come back to you.
That, if I may, Chair, that is slightly distressing because I'm not sure that there are members who are going to support this if the answer is no. I think that carers who are travelling up and down Mill Road, and I'm not suggesting there are hundreds of them, but I think that the time for the adjustment is probably before we make the decision rather than afterwards in relation to carers. And if I could just continue just for a moment, there has also been discussion about things like dial-a-ride and whether minibuses carrying people to and from various places would be included. Now, I thought minibuses probably fell under the bus definition that is referred to right at the beginning of the report, but I'm now starting to wonder. So I guess my second question is, are minibuses that are in the business of carrying people in order to get to places to be cared for included, yes or no?
Okay, should we come back to that one as well? Yeah, okay, so you will get an answer on that, Councillor. Councillor Count, please.
Yeah, we're still on the blue badge exemptions, so my questions may help us get to an answer. So assuming that somehow or another an exemption is granted, is the operation of the TRO we're considering today, is that exemption achieved by issuing an organisation a blue badge? And if they are then using the blue badge, I mean, theoretically, they might get it, they might not. But if they're using the blue badge as the exemption, does that automatically mean that they're not allowed to display it unless the people, some people who are disabled that gained them that qualification are in the vehicle? So it cannot be used when the vehicle does not have the blue badge individuals.
So another question of detail on the blue badge or the exemption scheme there. Jeremy, you're indicating at me?
Yes, I think firstly, in relation to Councillor Count's question, I think technically with any blue badge, it should only be displayed when being used to transport or parked in service of a journey with the disabled person. So that is technically correct. In terms of the ability of our systems to monitor whether that person is in a vehicle or see whether there's a blue badge on the dashboard, for example, I think that we're talking about areas where we probably don't have that capability, but members have talked about we need to trust the system and trust individuals here. So I think there's a degree of that in there. And with regard to Councillor Kindersley's question about if there is a care agency providing care for 10 individuals, say, I think that is a circumstance where the discretion that the council has in regard to how the exemption or how the registered vehicles list is being used and whether there are cases for such as that where identification of such vehicles on the permitted vehicle list would be appropriate, would apply. And I think that is, as I said, in a circumstance, for example, where we had 7 of those 10 people registering that vehicle as one of their 2 vehicles, we might logically in that situation say, well, we need to just register it once as the care agency's vehicle rather than, register it again and again. But I think that is something we'll probably need to suck and see when we see how many blue badge holders we have registering vehicles, and the discussions with the care industry in terms of whether it's causing them particular problems with numerous clients on either side of the bridge that need to be serviced each day. The other thing, of course, is there may be, for some cases, abilities to travel a different route in, or alternatively look at times of day that certain appointments are made. But I know from personal experience, for example, my mother needs visits at fixed times during the day, and there isn't necessarily that discretion. So I think that is, again, I think it is a conversation that we do have the flexibility to have, through our traffic management team, with care agencies and other agencies at this point in time. So I think I can offer some reassurance there, although I would hesitate to commit to a definitive position, because I think there's a lot of data will come out of the initial period if a scheme were implemented, in terms of what level of registrations we're getting and what level of traffic over the bridge we're seeing.
So I think you're saying it's possible but discretionary.
It's possible but discretionary, but I don't think it is the intention, as seen by members' discussions around this table, to unduly penalise people who do need to travel. However, I think the balance that members need to be aware of is that if we loosen the reins too much on vehicles that can go over the bridge, you lose the benefit of any closure as perceived. So it's about getting that right balance. But the point on carers is obviously well made, and it is one that we do have some flexibility through the permitted vehicle list to address.
Okay. Same for the minibuses was the question.
Minibuses, if used for care uses, would potentially fall into that category. Minibuses as a general group of vehicles, no.
Sorry, sorry, if I may.
Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. I raised originally the point about Dial-A-Ride,
Yes.
which is a recognised organisation with volunteer drivers, but the organisation itself provides transport for the elderly and disabled who cannot use any other thing. I am hoping that you are going to use your discretion to enable vehicles such as Dial-A-Ride to go across the bus gate and not be penalised. Secondly, just to be clear, if you rely on the blue badge, and I appreciate, thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for the flexibility that you are indicating might be applied in the case of carers. If you are suggesting that a carer, by virtue of the, and thank you to Councillor Hay for reminding me that it's the client, the service user, who has the blue badge guide and has to apply for it. So that means that a carer gets to them, goes in the house, picks up their blue badge and sticks it in the windscreen of their car wherever they're parked. And if that's a place that needs an exemption in order to park there. But that means, as Councillor Count has said, that in the journey, and this is the point I was making, that in the journey to that person's house, they would not be identified by virtue of a blue badge, because they haven't necessarily got the person in the car. They might, if they're going there to take them to hospital, yes, then they would take the blue badge. But if they're going to offer them care in the home, we have palliative nurses, we have district nurses still going into people's homes. Hospice at home nurses, all sorts of things, not to mention, mothers and babies who need to have attention in home, all this sort of thing. I appreciate this is difficult, but it doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't look at it. And that's the reason why I made the point about care agencies. And for clarity, some indeed do travel in care agency branded vehicles, but many, many carers working for agencies work in their own cars. And so there's, I appreciate, sorry, Councillor Slatter, would you please stop interrupting? I'm trying to keep my train of thought. Thank you. The point being that carers need to be able to get to their service users, and we need to consider an appropriate and I mean that in this technical sense of the word, an appropriate and proportionate way of enabling carers to get to their clients. And if that's through the bus gate, then so be it. We need to make that possible. I appreciate the flexibility that Jeremy Smith is indicating to us, but there's also the whole complexity of, as others have said, and the lady who spoke to us last with a son who was poorly and she needs to give care to, she may indeed possibly even have left by now, but you know, this kind of regular day by day, going 2 or 3 times a day to a relative to look after them, that kind of care. Hopefully her son, she will have been able to apply for a blue badge on behalf of her son, for her son.
I think the question's been made. Should we
Yep,
hear from
let's move on.
Jeremy?
I mean, for clarity, a carer with a nominated vehicle travelling through the bus gate would be monitored on the automatic number plate recognition camera system, not on the basis of whether there was a blue badge in the vehicle. And the second point, I did not intend to include dial-a-ride minibuses or any type of any particular use of minibuses, other than to note that minibus is a class of vehicle and not all minibuses are used for care purposes. So it is not with regard to the minibus per se, it is regard to the particular use of the minibus that is relevant to that consideration.
So through you, Chair, are you clarifying then that dial-a-ride, for example, would become an exempted?
Dial-a-ride would be one of the organisations who we would be looking to engage with, or would be welcome those discussions on how the restriction affected them, and whether exemptions on an organisational basis, or rather a number plate registered on the permitted vehicle list, would be appropriate in those circumstances. Yes.
Okay, and the final category, which I mentioned, was something like beach cars, where individual members of the public volunteer to take people in the volunteers' car to hospital appointments and that sort of thing. Let's hope they wouldn't go down Mill Road to get there. I wouldn't if I was taking somebody. But just to be clear, that they would not be exempt unless they applied and made a case for it. Is that right?
That is the case as it stands at the moment, but again, those discussions are welcomed by the council's team. I think in terms of, let's say trips to Addenbrooke's from Mill Road, it's going to be a relatively small number of properties in Petersfield that are probably most likely to require that. And it may be that if there are providers that provide specific trips in the area, then they would be appropriate for consideration on that basis. But I hesitate to prejudge on the basis of
So it's a question for people to apply and be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Yep, okay. I think we also have some clarification from David as well.
Yeah, I just want to expand on Jeremy's bus point, and just to clarify in terms of the size of the vehicle, we don't differentiate between bus types. So if it's a vehicle that's adapted for more than 9 persons, it's categorised as a bus and falls within the exemption.
Okay. I think that might have hopefully helped.
So just to clarify,
or not.
the size of the vehicle, because it's over 9, if it's over 9, then it's counted as a bus, and it's exempt anyway.
It would be exempt as a bus. Yes.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Right. Anything outside of blue badge exemptions? Any other points members wish to raise? Councillor Wilson.
I'm assuming now is a good time to raise it. So a long time ago, David talked about the scheme can be reviewed over time. Some months ago, they agreed on the Highways and Transport Committee that 20-mile-an-hour schemes would be reviewed about 2 years after implementation. And a report would go back to the committee formally assessing the benefits or not of those schemes. Is that intended for this scheme? And is it something which maybe the committee would support, particularly in view of understanding the consequences, not just on traffic monitoring, which Councillor Hay has raised, but also some of the points that the residents have raised about the impact on businesses, the impact on motorbikes, and some of the other things which have been talked about.
Okay, so a question on reviewing the TRO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Wilson. So we can note that if that's something that the members of this committee would like us to undertake as officers, to provide a report back to the committee, say in 2 years' time or any time that seems appropriate in terms of an update on the implementation of the scheme. So we can undertake to do that, Councillor.
Well, I think yes is the answer to that. I think we'll be interested to see, should this go through, what the impact is.
Predetermine what you
No,
ultimately
understood.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other members wish to raise any other points? I'm going to go Councillor Braddon and then Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the point that Councillor Wilson has made, actually Councillor Thornborough in the public asked for that review to be rather sooner than that. She mentioned 6 months. And I do wonder if a sooner than 2-year review, obviously it takes time to bed in, if people get used to things, but can I ask the officers and members to consider what would be an appropriate time frame?
Yeah, I think they would. Yeah, okay. Councillor Slatter, are you going to talk about blue badges again? Okay.
I am. I'm going to apologise. Both Councillor Count and I have quoted from a government publication about the blue badge parking scheme. We need to make sure that we're not putting our county council officers in harm's way, because they are thinking that's what they're applying, whereas we are talking about the Mill Road bus gate. Now, clearly, Jeremy knows what we're talking about, but I want it to be really clear that those people who are answering the phone or the email correspondence that our residents bring forward do see it as a distinct thing. Yes, this is not about where people park, it's where people go. And it's not just a matter of 9-seater minibuses, because we all know there are organisations that enable people to come out of their own homes by them getting into other people's cars with an escort that they trust, all these sort of things. We're well familiar with the problems some people have. And we want to be able to know that a trusted organisation that is using drivers like that, we all have to register our number plate. We have, if we claim expenses, it goes through a system. There will be a system that a decent organisation whereby they can give us that information we need about that particular vehicle. And Jeremy's nodding his head, which reassures me. So I think I'm close to being able to vote for this if we have got that flexibility and we're not treating it, we're going to look foolish if we are enforcing the rules that apply to a parking scheme, when what we want is a minimum, the right sort of journey scheme. Yeah.
Jeremy, I think we're probably looking at you for a response to this one. Can you offer reassurance?
I think it is fair to say that an individual nominating a vehicle to be on the permitted vehicle list, obviously that is for them to determine whether they feel safe with the vehicle and the driver in question. For an organisation that provides services of this nature, there are generally more stringent requirements on drivers, and that would obviously be part of the county council's consideration of any such latitude that can be given.
Okay, thank you. Members, Councillor Ray, please.
Just a comment that surely somebody driving someone to hospital or to a medical appointment as part of a organised and regulated scheme would come under Section 6A of the TRO as an ambulance taking someone to hospital.
I don't know. Can officers clarify that? I wouldn't like to guess.
I accept that there is also the flexibility that Jeremy has offered.
I think such vehicles aren't necessarily ambulances, though wouldn't necessarily have exemption, is my understanding. However, ambulances would have exemption.
I also think it helpful to say that the blue badge scheme is here, as I understand it, being used as a mechanism to identify disabled people and their carers, but that the exemption from fines and going through the bus gate is through the registration of such vehicle number plates. So whether or not the person holding the blue badge is present in the car is irrelevant.
Members did refer to the level of trust we need to place in organisations and our public. And while I'm not going to sit here and say that I expect the compliance with this to be perfect on that basis, that is the steer that officers are working with.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Councillor Kindersley, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm assuming we've reached the end of the questions because I can't believe there's anything left to ask about blue badges and so on.
Yeah, if you'd like to move to debate, please.
Well, that is where I'm heading.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So although the discussion has been somewhat negative and recently and slightly short-tempered in some cases, actually going right back to what this is all about, I must say I do think it's a very exciting prospect. And I think that the evidence is that a substantial majority of local people think it, again, is a very exciting prospect for their lives and community. The consultation certainly indicates that, and I very much reflect on some of the comments made at the beginning of the meeting where people asked us to respect democracy, to put people first, and to consider the greater good for the community. And because of all of those comments, and because I think there was a very strong case made by a long list of speakers. Because of those comments, then I'm going to support the closure of this of Mill Road, and I'd like to move the recommendation as set out in the paper. I also regret that I suspect this will again face legal challenges, and that is what we must face as an authority. But I would like to pay tribute to the officers who have been involved in this process, because I think that they have gone and done a very, very good job in ensuring that all I's were dotted and all T's were crossed. And it may be that members of the public who are here don't think that that is the case and think that our officers have done a lousy job and that the committee may well do a lousy job in the next hour or so. But actually, that's democracy, isn't it? And the appeal that they have, if they don't think we made the right decision, is in the courts, and that is their right. And I would fight for that right, actually. But in the meantime, I am very much looking forward to seeing how my colleagues vote, and I would very much ask them to reflect on the comments that I've already made and in terms of what people said. And those were people first and the greater good of the community. So on that note, Chair, I move the recommendation.
Okay, thank you for that. Obviously, you need a seconder to move that. Would anyone like to second? Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, point of order here, Chair. So back in 2021, up till 2021, for the previous 4 years, the Conservatives had the leadership of this council. We ran a committee system exactly like we did. We had papers come to committees as they do now. And on those papers, what we always had was the chair and vice chair named of the committee, and they were deemed to move and second the paper. When the joint administration came in, they stopped that process and they have had their names removed from all committee papers, probably to disassociate themselves if things go wrong. So rather than stand up and front it, there's always an officer. I queried the legality of this with the monitoring officer, and she said it's quite legal, but papers are now deemed to be moved by the officers. We've never been to a committee yet under this joint administration where somebody sits out there, unless it's an amendment, and moves it. So I do not believe, and I'm perhaps going to get corrected, but I believe it's moved and seconded, isn't it? By the officers.
Well, that's a procedural question there. Nick, do you want to help us out?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the recommendations in the paper are deemed to have been moved by officers, so there's no need for a member to move them.
In which case, Chair, I don't move the recommendation, but very much support it. I think that's brings that point of order to an end.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, thank you for keeping us on the straight and narrow.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradnam.
No, important to get it right, Councillor Count, absolutely.
And can I point out to Councillor Count that the Highways and Transport Committee members are listed, and we have, as we've described by Nicholas Mills, our names as members of this committee have been identified in this on the public record. So I'd just like to go back, as we said, as Councillor Kindersley has said, to why anybody would want to do this. And if I just go back, just as an example, the last time I saw Mill Road closed was one of the winter fairs held on Mill Road, at which I had a stall for an organisation that I was associated with. And what I saw was, okay, that's a particular celebratory occasion during the winter, but what I saw was an absolutely delightful public access to the road, and not to mention all sorts of celebrations and dragons going down it as well, and people doing dance and all sorts of other things. But the point being was that the shops all put out their wares on the pavement because they knew there was going to be no traffic down the road, and it was a very just a small little window onto what it might be like later on. So the second thing I wanted to pick up on was the and Mrs. Hughes raised this as one of the public speakers, was the use of the City 2 bus, which goes down through Mill Road. I live in Milton, and whenever I have needed to go to Addenbrooke's Hospital, I get on the bus. And the bit where it gets delayed is down Mill Road. I'm glad that it slows down because Mill Road is very busy, as others have said, but this should make for a much closing the bus gate, putting in a bus gate will make Mill Road a much quieter, calmer environment. And as the doctor, whose words were spoken by
Well, the doctor anyway, I think.
Elizabeth Whitebread for Mr. Large, who was the cardiac surgeon, he pointed out that how much cleaner the air would be and how much that would reduce cardiac illness in the future. So we've had representations from business owners in Mill Road who've said how much they would appreciate the bus gate being installed. And my feeling is that it's not a radial road into Cambridge. It stops at the eastern end, and this road has always been a residential and shopping area, and I think it would be a considerably nicer place to live and shop if there wasn't so much so much commuter traffic going through. I look forward to the opportunity that the bus gate will provide to enable further work in future on the public realm, which we're not considering today, but the closure of the bus gate will give that opportunity. So my feeling is that I'm wholeheartedly in support of this, and I do hope that the members of this committee can support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bradnam. Members, we've heard from two members of the committee as to their views on this and which way they're planning on voting. Do any other members wish to give their views on it? I've got Councillor Count first, then Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to members of the public, both here and at home, for coming forward and presenting your views. One of the things that we're doing today as councillors, all of us, I do mean all of us there, is we've got to come to a decision, and decisions are never easy. There are good and bad on, most decisions, and we have to decide what we think is the right decision. That will be wrong in some people's eyes and right in others. But believe me that I do believe that everybody here today is putting a lot of time and effort into trying in their own mind to come to the right decision. Some of the conflicts here are between the benefits of the scheme and the disadvantages of the scheme. And if it was all benefits, there would be no decision that was necessary. We'd simply go with it, rubber stamp it. It would be clear and easy. And in the benefits of the scheme, I have a clear vision and clearly accept that there is a benefit to the local people. You know, there is no doubt that this is a heavily used road and the local residents would largely benefit. There are some exceptions to that. We've heard about disabilities, etc. We've heard about businesses, but by and large, some of the residents would benefit. I have no doubt that buses would become more punctual and would gain from this. So on the benefit side, I've come to some positive conclusions. However, I have a basket full of failures in the process, in the actual document in front of us, in the TRO that seems to be outweighing this. And I'm going to go through some of them with you and hopefully you can understand my reasoning then and maybe even convince some people to side with me. One of the things I dislike inherently is restrictions on freedom of movement unless it's proved necessary or as a general benefit. So we heard about the March area transport strategy earlier, and actually we increased movement for every single category. So it's very easy to do. Right. In this case, we're losing freedom of movement for the private vehicles, but perhaps some better use of the buses. Community connectivity will be slightly broken by this. There's no doubt about that. Religious worship's affected by a longer route for many people to the nearby mosque. And we heard from Shafur, the independent businesses, it sounds like a good deal of them will be disadvantaged by this. The actual document talks about the reasons for bringing this forward, and two of the government documents, gear change and cycling infrastructure design. And I took time to read those, and whilst they're quoted, this actual proposal is best described as a travesty of interpretation. So the examples used to sell those ideas and the reason they came forward is describing how something like a cycle route from A to B along its entire length will actually achieve modal shift, and examples are given that about that, such as down in Blackfriars. And it says the one thing you must avoid is trying to do just pinch points because it doesn't really achieve modal shift. So to quote the documents and then actually not sit and adhere to them really defeats it. On road safety, which is one of the largest areas here that are of concern, I think you're being sold a bit of a pup as to the benefits. You see, a lot of this hinges on what you've got in your mind's eye about this nice empty space where people will be able to walk freely and cyclists will come by and the occasional bus will roll down, as opposed to the amount of traffic you've got at the moment. Well, the amount of traffic that you've got at the moment, largely going up 5, 10, 15 miles per hour during congestion, is very uncomfortable and it discourages perhaps some cycling. But virtually the entire length of Mill Road, and it's covered in the report, is very narrow pavements, a narrow road and a narrow pavement on the other side. So when you think about cycle lanes, more room for people to move, a bus is wider than a car. There can be no narrowing of the road. You will not get wider pavements. There might be some public realm improvements in very, very short and limited space. You live there. I don't live there, but I've seen it. Mill Road is not wide enough to have the public realm improvements with a bus running in and out to deliver you cycle lanes and wider pavements. It's just not possible in there. So we've told a lot in the document about public realm improvements with this funding may become available and what we want to see. And a pretty picture arises of let's all cycle and have our stalls and, you know, community events. The truth is what you will have is a road through the middle of your community with a very narrow pavement that may or may not have some improvements to it, but it won't allow the free and easy access that you envisage. What's more, the now silent electric buses will be traveling at 20 miles per hour and not at 5 or 10 miles per hour with the normal traffic, right? So the actual danger of an impact is much, much higher. This council has fought and been led on reducing speed limits on the basis that it's safer. And here we are, we're going to actually see 10-ton buses moving at higher speed than normal. In terms of congestion, the times that this is congested is not 24 hours a day, but this proposal is to limit the freedom of movement for 24 hours a day. The proposals, people suggesting that this could actually be peak hours only was taken arbitrarily, dismissed out of hand with the actual thought that it won't reduce accidents. Well, the accident data is largely historic, and we don't know what the accident data at the 20 mph will be. So it's actually a little bit flawed in that space. And I can't agree that the alternative proposal should have been dismissed so much. It's a shame, really, that alternative proposals such as actually having tidal flow AM/PM would have been discounted, because that actually would have allowed for cycle lanes and pedestrians, and actually probably did less harm to freedom of movement and actually dealing with the situation than what's in front of us. Noise pollution, absolutely agree with that one. That will be a benefit to local community. That will be reduced. But there's no data to support that. There's no data or insufficient data on air pollution. The reason we've only got a limited amount of air pollution data is because the CO2 monitoring was removed, I think it was 2019, because it had fallen down below the actual levels that were necessary to even continue monitoring it. And in page 53 of the report, this is the equality and impact statement. I'm just going to read it out. Monitored levels of NO2 have remained well below pre-COVID levels in both 22 and 23. Air quality monitors on Mill Road and Tennyson Road show the levels have been reducing year on year and are well below the objective levels. That's in the equality impact assessment that's in front of this committee today. But one of the 4 core reasons that this committee is being asked to pass the TRO is air quality. All right. Another thing to consider with air quality, which is why the ULEZ was dropped when the current administration was party to trying to bring in the congestion charge, is the fact that it's very short-term vision, because as we progress more to electric vehicles, air quality improves automatically. In air quality, the most dangerous of the 3 substances is actually particulate matter, not NO and not CO2. Particulate matter goes up exponentially down to the size and weight of a vehicle. The particulate matter from cars is much less than an electric car. The particulate matter from an electric car is much less than that from a bus. And the particulate matter from a bus is much less than that from an electric bus due to its weight. What will be on that road now will purely be electric buses. I'm not saying that that will outweigh the removal of the other vehicles, but it actually, the biggest contributor to the air pollution in that area, which is below levels, is HGV lorries. Okay, so this could have been handled in a different way on that. I'm disappointed with the public realm improvements being in this document, being such a beauty parade of promises. So you get a vision in your head of public realm improvements, and then at 3.30 it says, P.S. please ignore all this. Well, once it's been inside your head, you can't literally ignore it. But it does seem to me that the pressure on the officers to produce a report that they'll get this over the line must have been immense, because it surely can't be right to actually say, here's a load of really beneficial things that you should ignore, and also put in all the consultation results prior to the previous TRO failure, which you should also ignore. The width of the road and the pavements are covered in page 8 at 3.21. And it's clear, and this is in the officers' report, that they regard the pavements and roads as narrow along the length. I feel that this is data light, and one of the reasons it failed at TRO is data light. So it's data light on the air quality. It's got some numbers against the NO, but not against the others. It has removal. It doesn't have the CO2. It doesn't have the particulate matter. It's also data light on traffic, and I think this is an immense failure. So when we're talking about, so if you take the March Area Transport Strategy we were talking about earlier, and I've been a councillor for a few years, we wanted to put in a zebra crossing. We wanted to put in a zebra crossing in what we knew to be a dangerous area. Before that zebra crossing could go in, the county council paid for and commissioned a survey that ran on for 6 weeks to get the data to know whether it's possible or not, according to traffic flow, to put in a zebra crossing on something that has a fraction of the traffic here. They went to all that time and trouble there And there's nothing in this report talking about the peak hour traffic, the actual traffic flow, the numbers of cycles, everything that I would have expected on a decision of this magnitude to be here is missing. It's not here. Why did such a small scheme in March be worthy of that in-depth information, and that level of information isn't presented to us today? And I fear for this council, because at TRO, if it comes along again, that is going to be one of the big points it picks up on. The missing data on the air quality, the missing data on the congestion, and the missing data on what's likely to happen nearby. On what's likely to happen nearby, the officer responses bore out what was in the paperwork. So if there is any offset of traffic to the other areas, such as Tennyson Avenue, etc., we will monitor that closely, and then we will see what can be done about it. When pressed, the ideas that what could be done about it is to restrict traffic flow in some way or another from those alternative routes. So congestion in one area displacing to another, creating more and more. People get into their cars for various reasons. They can't all jump onto a bus when one suddenly becomes available. So they get into their cars because they have personal needs or works vans or whatever. They have a need to get in their car, and making it difficult for them, displacing them to one area, and then saying if that one area gets congested, we will introduce traffic calming measures, just keeps making the problem worse and worse. And those were the solutions. What didn't come out of that was the possibility of re-examining whether we could reverse the TRO. And from speakers today, I picked up some very interesting things. And the first one was Daniel Fulton, which I think opened up the whole debate about disabilities. You know, the TRO, from his point of view, and I agreed with that on who that exempted, is seriously flawed, because it simply deals in a 2 badge limit for car users. When we discussed this at great length afterwards, I was amazed to see the dancing on a pinhead that people were trying to do to get us to a point where you can push this through. And you have ended up with a promise that one day we might consider about how we can flexibly do things, and the encouragement for people to use their blue badges, perhaps dishonestly, and go over the bridge, even if they haven't got people in them, because the ANPR won't pick that up. That's not really an acceptable way to move forward. I'm also disappointed that motorcyclists are not included. Going back to around 2017, I argued vociferously the motorcyclists should be allowed to use bus lanes all across Cambridge City. And I met with a lot of opposition from the officers and people who knew better, because various reasons, right? I managed to get a pilot project going, which showed that there was no hold up of buses. I'd like to know which buses normally overtake a motorbike, but there you go, which proved that there wasn't. And now we've gone back to square one. And the reason that motorcyclists are excluded is because we want to have all of our bus gates the same. I agree they should all be the same, but they should all be the same and include motorcyclists, which are great to reduce congestion. And they should be allowed the freedom to get in and out, because they're never going to be in anybody's way. If you look at why that's not included, go to the changing places communication that came out from the GCP, their consultation on which they used to introduce the congestion charge, wanted to introduce the congestion charge. And it described the exemption motorcyclists weren't allowed in because they were noisy and they were dangerous. And I'm sorry, but while some motorcyclists may behave like some car drivers and be out of order, generally speaking, motorcycles actually help reduce congestion, especially as so many of them now are taking food and medicines to people's homes on their electric scooters. 84% of traders from this one study did not support the closure locally. I'd have loved to have seen more about that in depth before the meeting, because I think that's an incredibly important point. And very last one from me is the wish list. So I talked about the wish list about the public realm, and the wish list is now on the blue badges and how that scheme will operate. It is flawed. The TRO in front of us, blue badge only. That's TRO in front of us. We've heard that Philippa Slapper and Anna Bradnam interrogate officers repeatedly, trying to get the position that they wanted this be in so they could pass it. And what you got back was people dancing on a pinhead, promising visions of the future. This TRO isn't ready. I'd like us to go to square one, and I'd like an honest conversation about alternative measures, tidal flow, congestion only, HGV, etc., instead of just pushing this through the way, because it's what you've been trying to do, not you in person, but the county council been trying to do for the last couple of years. Let's go back and have an honest conversation about what could and should be done, including funding for improving the public realm. I cannot support this. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've had a lot of different issues raised there as reasons against supporting the TRO. So members, obviously we have heard some of those now put to the committee. So if some of your concerns are the same, I'd say there's no need to raise them again unless you want to expand on the points slightly. But yeah, we've heard quite a lot there from Councillor Count, which I do appreciate. But Councillor Hunt will come to you next.
Thank you very much. I actually live in Ely, and Cambridge is my county town. I'm a county councillor, and I was born in Milton Road, Cambridge. So Cambridge is very important to me. When I decided to attempt to go into local politics, my mum said to me, "What are you going to try and achieve?" And I said, "I'm going to try and make good things happen to my area and try and prevent bad things happening." And that's one of the things I will be doing this afternoon. Since I am a county councillor, I have a moral duty to act in the best interests of all the county. It's no good just looking at a few people. You've got to look at the whole county wide. And I've just been listening, and from a conversation about badges and who is allowed and what, I can see a complete dog's breakfast coming along. I mean, you think about volunteer drivers, you think about general GP doctors going to emergency call-outs. You think of the special shops that serve a wide range of people from a wide radius out of there. You think about, and again, talking about my old mum, when she died, an ambulance from the undertaker came in the middle of the night. Would that be allowed? And you're going to get so many exemptions that it's just going to get worse and more breakfasty. Of course, in addition to being a county councillor, I have a division to represent. And if you look on page 47, you'll see that that division didn't want the Mill Road Railway Bridge closed to anyone. And actually, if you look at those maps and things, you'll see it's mainly just the people in the Mill Road area, mainly. The people in the countryside, the people in the countryside don't want it. Well, certainly my lot don't. The bridge was built in 1889, and it was meant to ease the traffic flow into and out of Cambridge. Well, I can't see it doing. I think if you close down a road that takes traffic flow, you're going to end up with something like East Road being even more congested than it is now. And when the roundabout comes at the end of Elizabeth Way, which is just manages to confuse everybody, that's going to get more traffic there. I think we should. I will be not able to support this. I think there's something really rather concerning going on about the combined authority election in May 2021, and then the combined authority progressing the plans, and then it seems like almost blackmail of, if you don't go ahead with this.
Councillor Hunt, careful now. Stick to the topic, please.
Okay, it's confusing to someone like me to look at the timetable and the amounts of money involved. And I have, of course, a copy, as we all do, of the Department for Transport. So I think it looks like to me that this is a done deal. or at least a stitch up. And I cannot support it, and I cannot support the administration's war on motorists. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you for those comments. Next up, we have Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm an engineer, and so my decision making is very much based on data and empirical data. And so it frustrates me to sit in these debates and see basically garbage and data being absolutely misused in trying to make arguments. It is absolutely beyond doubt that the empirical data for road traffic restrictions such as these is that they lead to a reduction in traffic, not only on the route themselves, but on nearby routes and surrounding boundary roads. So a landmark study of 70 cases worldwide found that road space reallocation led to an average of 10% reduction in overall traffic. Data from 46 low traffic neighbourhoods in London showed significant reduction in motor traffic within these areas with little impact on boundary roads. The data also shows that traffic restrictions such as this and reducing the amount of traffic reduces NOx emissions and reduces particulate emissions. Yeah, and what Council was saying about electric vehicles is almost completely wrong. The there are many heavy vehicles on the road. Electric vehicles have nothing to do with this, but they don't actually. There's no evidence that they produce more particulate emissions from tyres than other vehicles. So I think that it's quite clear to me that none of us can predict exactly what will happen after restrictions such as this, but we have some empirical data from previous closures and lots of empirical data from other studies, almost all of which shows that we can expect lower traffic and lower pollution. So the arguments I'm hearing today are completely contradictory. And for these reasons, and because of the overwhelming support from residents local to the scheme, I will be voting in favour of this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferguson. So we've heard some, obviously, some reasons that people think they can support the scheme. We've heard the reasons that people think they cannot support the TRO. Does anyone on the committee wish to make any points that haven't been made so far, either for or against? Councillor Cowans.
Not a point, Chair, but just formally ask that when we get to the vote, I'd like to ask for a registered vote, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be an issue, but we need 5 people to agree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. So the vote will be recorded when we get there. Okay. Well, if no, Councillor Wilson, is it a new point you'd like to raise in the debate?
Well, it's a point I raised before. At an appropriate moment, I'd like to raise an amendment to the recommendations.
I don't think we can. Okay. Okay. I think now is the time.
Thank you. In which case, my recommendation goes back to the post-project review idea that I put forward earlier. I think that is something which is good practice to do, and in this instance is particularly important. The reason I suggested 2 years was to enable things like traffic calming, public realm improvements, and so on to be implemented, which is why I think we need a decent period of time to elapse before we start to look again at the scheme. So my recommendation is to add in a new C, moving existing C to D, and as a new C, put something like, review the consequences of the changes to Mill Road about 2 years after implementation, and bring a report back to the Highways and Transportation Committee.
Okay. I think I've been advised, because this is a traffic regulation order, we can't add in recommendations. We have to vote on what we have. But what I think officers have agreed to, and they can confirm that now, is that they will take that away as an action and follow that through, albeit we can't have it as an official addition, to the TRO. Officers, perhaps you might want to clarify that.
Confirm that. So we'll note that it will be recorded as an action and it will be put on the action log for the Highways and Transport Committee, and then we'll consider it further in terms of forward planning. Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Okay, I'm slightly surprised by that answer, because I thought we were being asked to comment on the recommendations as they stood, and making amendments to recommendations is something which we have done in the past, including when H&T considered 20-mile-an-hour schemes that I thought were implemented through TROs, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
So what we've just agreed to there is consistent to what was agreed actually at that committee on that point. It wasn't an amendment to the recommendation, it was a noted action and it was recorded. and taken forward on that basis. So it's consistent to what we've done at the committee previously.
And sorry, Nick wants to clarify as well.
Chair, just to clarify, there are two issues with the amendments here. The first is the amendment to the recommendations, and to amend a recommendation, we need that to be provided 2 days in advance of the meeting. And then secondly, there's the issue of amending a TRO, but I don't think that's the case here. I think you're talking about a sort of extra part beside of that, but equally, amendments need to be submitted in advance of the meeting, and that's been the case for a while.
So, yeah, so I think what we have here, we can't officially amend the TRO, but we can, officers have committed verbally on camera to take that away as an action to bring forward to a forthcoming Highways Committee meeting. Thank you. Councillor Count, did you want to come in?
Yeah, in order to be helpful on this, I mean, you can't amend a TRO. It is what it is. But you could have added a recommendation in by way of amendment on some other areas, such as what the Highways and Transport Committee's work will be. But unfortunately, Councillor Wilson, we've been councillors quite a long while, and you're probably remembering the good old days when the Conservatives were in charge, because the first thing that the joint administration did when they came into power was change the constitution so that amendments could not be moved on the day. That was your wishes, and
rather than
all
dwell on the good
of
old
your own
days,
wishes now.
let's stick to 2024. So, okay, that's where we are, and we are here. Okay, I'm going to take us to the vote now, but before that, I think some officers would like some final points of clarity, if that's possible, please.
Yeah, committed to come back on a technical point on Appendix 3, page 34, related to the economic impacts. Members are asked to disregard the first sentence of the officer response there. I'm referring to the sentence. It's important to realise that this was carried out during a time of incredible stress for the country during a pandemic, at a time where society was shut down and the country's GDP dropped catastrophically. To confirm, members should disregard that comment when making their decision.
Okay, noted. All right, so we have a recommendation, members, on our papers, page 3 of our agendas. The recommendation is that the committee is recommended to A, determine the formal objections, B, for the reasons set out in the statement of reasons and in this report, approve the proposed modal filter on Mill Road Bridge as advertised, and C, authorise officers to inform the objectors accordingly, as well as those that made representations. So I'm going to ask all those by a raise of show of hands to all those, and this will be a registered vote. So whichever way we vote, that will be public knowledge. So can I ask all those that agree with that recommendation to raise their hands and to keep them up so Nick can do a count? Okay. Okay, do you want to do that?
Thank you, Chair. I'll go through one by one for the registered vote. So I'll go through in alphabetical order. Councillor Batchelor.
4.
Councillor Bradnam.
4.
Councillor Connor.
Against.
Councillor Count.
Against.
Councillor Criswell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
4.
Councillor Hay.
Chair, I've raised this before. Councillor Ferguson is simply incapable of behaving at committee and at full council. You just went with. I mean, it's sad to see that. It really is. You cannot control yourself.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Thank you.
I mean, we're at the end now, guys. Let's just finish it. Keep going, Nick.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Hathorn.
4.
Councillor Hunt. Councillor Kindersley.
4.
Councillor Prentice.
4.
Councillor Ray.
4.
Councillor Slatter. And Councillor Wilson.
4.
So well, Nick tots that up and is going to give us the result.
Thank you, Chair. That's 9 in favour and 6 against. No, sorry, 5 against.
Okay, so the traffic regulation order is approved. Okay. Well, with that, I'd like to thank everyone that's taken part today, members of the committee, officers that have supported, and obviously members of the public that have taken the time to come here today and have joined us online. So I thank everyone for their input, and we'll close the meeting at 2 o'clock. Thank you.